Chapter 3640. However, this time was different from the last time. Last time, Meng Juiguang's excuse was to exchange small spiritual jades for jade carvings. Therefore, Lin Yi could raise the price unscrupulously under the guise of a rare commodity. Moreover, the other party was willing to cooperate in order to cheat him. One was willing to take the hit and the other was willing to take the hit. There was nothing much to say. However, this time, the transaction with Li Jingming did not have such an excuse. It was a completely normal exchange of spiritual jades. After all, from a normal person's point of view, exchanging one high-grade jade for 3 normal jades was not a loss for Lin Yi. If he asked for more, people would suspect that Lin Yi had already discovered that these were useless jades. As for discovering that these ordinary good jades were useless after the transaction, that was another matter altogether. Taking a step back, for a newcomer like Li Jingming, it was not realistic to ask for dozens of jades for 1 jade. Even if Lin Yi knew that he was asking for less, he could only accept it this time. Give these people a little benefit first, then more people would send jade to your door. Only by casting a long line could you catch a big fish. After all, for Lin Yi, as long as he had the space of the jade pendant, any useless jades would become good jades in his hands. 25 for 1 was fine, 3 for 1 was fine too. It was a profit without any loss. After this transaction, Lin Yi could already foresee that in the future, the idiot halo on him would become stronger and stronger. When this recognition was deeply rooted in people's hearts, people would definitely come to him to exchange spiritual jades and take advantage of him. What they didn't know was that under the cover of this idiot aura, Lin Yi was happily making a fortune. Seeing Li Jingming take out 6 spiritual jades, Lin Yi was slightly stunned. You want to exchange for 2? That's right. You can check carefully. Li Jingming said with a deep meaning. These words made Lin Yi feel a little strange. If he didn't want to play along, he wouldn't be able to. Li Jingming's words revealed 2 very obvious flaws. Firstly, as a newcomer, in a situation where everyone else only had 1 piece of spiritual jade, he suddenly took out 6 pieces. Wasn't he afraid of arousing Lin Yi's suspicions? Secondly, if it were someone else in Li Jingming's position, seeing that Lin Yi had agreed to the deal, they would have accepted the spiritual jades and left immediately. Why would he specifically remind Lin Yi to check carefully? Was he not afraid that Lin Yi would really do it in front of him, and then find out that these were all waste jade? He obviously didn't look like such a stupid person, but he still revealed such an obvious flaw. This guy was really a strange person. Lin Yi felt strange, but he didn't care. After all, what he wanted was waste jade. If he really had to check according to the other party's words, then this show couldn't go on. He immediately exchanged the spiritual jades in his hand, with a look of surprise as if he had gained a big bargain, for fear that Li Jingming would go back on his words. He put away the 6 pieces of waste jade and said, "That's it." Li Jingming looked at Lin Yi with some surprise. But he didn't say much. After a greeting, he put away the spiritual jades and left. Coming out of Lin Yi's cave house number 14, Li Jingming didn't directly return to his own cave house, but turned and entered the neighboring cave house number 15. At this time, not only Meng Tong, the owner of the cave house, but even Meng Juiguang was here. It was to know Lin Yi's reaction as soon as possible. Seeing Li Jingming come in, Meng Tong immediately asked impatiently, "Did you get the spiritual jades?" "Let me see." Li Jingming looked at Meng Juiguang next to him. Although he didn't speak, the urgency between his eyebrows clearly showed that this was the problem he was most concerned about at this moment. These 2 people only wanted to collect the spiritual jades, but they didn't care at all whether they were beaten up or not. In an instant, Li Jingming suddenly felt very cold. In fact, when Meng Juiguang first proposed this idea, the person who originally planned to test Lin Yi was not him, but Meng Tong. But Meng Tong found an excuse to push it away, and put this task on Li Jingming's head. Although it was said that he gave a good opportunity to take advantage of Lin Yi to Li Jingming was very clear that Meng Tong was obviously afraid of being beaten up, so he pushed him out as a sacrifice. No heaven stage expert was a real fool. According to Meng Jueguang, Lin Yi had already collected 2 piles of useless jades. If it was any normal person, they would have already reacted. Letting a person like Lin Yi repeatedly step into the same pit 3 times, this kind of thing was too unrealistic no matter how you think about it. Although Meng Jueguang provided a seemingly very reasonable excuse, there was a very important premise, that was, Lin Yi had never found the useless jades that he had collected before. Frankly speaking, Lin Yi must be a complete idiot. But any normal person would know that the success of this test was actually very small. The reason why they still did this test was just a fluke driven by benefits. Once the test failed, the possibility of Lin Yi going crazy was almost 100%. At that time, the person who was sent to test him could be imagined what would happen to him. Being beaten half to death would be considered a good thing, and he might even lose his life there. Moreover, even if he was beaten to death, according to the rules of the Heaven Stage North Island, it would be in vain. Because the Heaven Stage North Island prohibited waste jades from being circulated as good jades in the market. You violated the rules first, so you deserve to be beaten to death. Even if Meng Tong, who was not very smart, could think of this kind of thing, how could Li Jingming not think of it? But Meng Tong pushed him forward, and Meng Jueguang also nodded. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only bite the bullet and do it. There was no other way, after all, he was the younger brother. But even if he was the younger brother, after the test came back, he did not care about his safety at all, and directly reached out to him for the spirit jades. This was not treating him as a human being. Li Jingming could not help but be in a trance. Was it necessary to continue to rely on this kind of backing? Say something. Did you get the spirit jades or not? What are you doing here like an idiot? Did Lin Yi beat you silly? Meng Jueguang saw that Li Jingming did not answer, and could not help but frown and scold. Oh, it worked. That Lin Yi guy's an idiot. He didn't even check the jade and let me trade 6 pieces of trash jade for 2 good ones. He's acting like he's the one who got the best deal. What an idiot. Li Jingming hurriedly replied after he came to his senses. He took out the 2 pieces of spiritual jades and excused himself, I'm just too happy. I'm having too much fun and forgetting about my duties. Chapter 36-41. Using 6 pieces of useless jade to exchange for 2 pieces of useless jade from Lin Yi, this was a big joke. However, Meng Jueguang quickly came to a conclusion. The 2 pieces of spiritual jades were abnormally full of spiritual energy. They were indeed top-notch jades. It seems like that guy is the same as what Kong Mingming and Zhong Pingliang said before. He never uses spiritual jades to cultivate, so he still doesn't know that we tricked him with useless jades. Maybe he's still complacent and thinks that he's rich. He's really stupid to the extreme. Meng Jueguang laughed proudly and looked at Li Jingming. You did a good job. I'll reward you with one of these spiritual jades and give the other to Meng Tong. Li Jingming's heart sank. According to the previous agreement, no matter who took the useless jades to Lin Yi, all the spiritual jades would belong to that person. But now, Meng Jueguang reduced it by half with just 1 sentence. This bias was too unreasonable. However, people had to lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof. Li Jingming knew that if he wanted to continue living here, he had to find a good backer. For now, the newcomers of Blue Cloud Pavilion only had 2 choices. One was Meng Jueguang, the other was Lin Yi, or Lu Bianren and the bitter guy. Before, Li Jingming thought that Lin Yi was hiding something, but after the test just now, especially when he deliberately hinted, Lin Yi didn't have any reaction at all. He actually foolishly accepted the pile of useless jades. This really surprised him. He suddenly felt that this guy was not reliable at all. Plus, Liu Bianren was the biggest supporter of Lin Yi's group, and it seemed like he was very powerful. As the third pavilion master, no matter how bad he would still have a place in the welcome pavilion. However, that was not the case. Although this group of people seemed powerful, they were actually not very reliable. In comparison, although Meng Juiguang's performance had disappointed him, at least in the welcome pavilion, in front of the newcomers of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, he could be considered a big tree. Only by leaning against a big tree could one enjoy shade. Only then could he gradually realize the obsession in his heart. Thank you, senior brother Meng. Although Li Jingming was unhappy, he still pretended to be flattered. On the other hand, Meng Tong didn't say anything about getting a good piece of jade for free. Instead, he muttered unwillingly, since ninth cousin said so, I'll let you have a piece cheaper. It was originally mine. It's just that I gave you a good opportunity to test the waters, and that's why you've taken advantage of me for no reason. You must be very happy, right? Wahahaha. Li Jingming couldn't help but roll his eyes speechlessly. Hiding when he saw trouble, and taking advantage when he saw an advantage. How could a person be shameless to this extent? Previously, when I asked this guy to test the waters, he hid very quickly. I didn't expect that he would pretend to be a big-tail wolf at this time. If it wasn't because he was worried about Meng Juiguang's face. If it wasn't because he wanted to hide his heaven stage great perfection strength, Li Jingming couldn't wait to teach this bastard a lesson. But now, he could only choose to endure. Alright, Meng Tong. Don't be so happy. Everyone gets one piece. The same goes for the others. With regards to Li Jingming's current psychological activity, Meng Juiguang didn't notice at all and didn't care at all. But Meng Tong's stupid behavior made him a little unhappy. He frowned and ordered, you two can tell the others about the success of the test tomorrow. Since Lin Yi hasn't realized it until now, he probably won't realize it in the future. Arrange for them to look for Lin Yi one by one to exchange for spiritual jades. Since they've already joined my sect, I naturally have to give them some benefits. I want to make Lin Yi spit out all the 15 pieces of good jades in his hands. All right. Meng Tong replied in high spirits. Being able to see Lin Yi being cheated over and over again was really satisfying. Li Jingming echoed from the side. Since Lin Yi was useless and couldn't even see through such an obvious hint, then he should just do what he had to do next. He couldn't make Meng Juiguang suspicious because of such an irrelevant guy. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. In the next few days, Lin Yi went to the number 10 mine to mine as usual and returned to the cave residence to cultivate at night. But what was different from before was that every time he returned at night, there would always be someone waiting for him at the entrance of the cave residence. They were all newcomers of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Naturally, the purpose of waiting for Lin Yi was the same as Li Jingming, to look for Lin Yi to exchange for spiritual jades. Lin Yi was happy to see this happen. If someone came to him to exchange for spiritual jades, then he would exchange. With Li Jingming as the precedent, the exchange rate was always 3-to-1. In just a few days, including the 2 pieces he gave to Li Jingming, Lin Yi had exchanged for a total of 15 pieces of spiritual jades, earning a net profit of 30 pieces. But after this, although Lin Yi's idiot halo became more and more famous through word of mouth among the newcomers, so much so that even the newcomers from the other 2 pavilions had heard of it, not a single newcomer came to him to exchange for spiritual jades. It wasn't because they found their conscience, but because everyone knew that Lin Yi didn't have any good jades on hand. If they went to look for him to exchange, even if they came up with an impeccable reason, they would only be able to exchange for a pile of useless jades. Naturally, these smart people wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Lin Yi looked at the additional 30 pieces of spiritual jades in his jade pendant space. He felt gratified, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel pity. If he wanted those smart people to continue using the same old trick to give him useless jades, then he had to let them know that he had good jades on hand. But this required an open and above-board reason, just like this time when Meng Jueguang lost 15 pieces of good jades. Otherwise, even if Lin Yi took out good jades himself, he wouldn't be able to explain the source. But this kind of opportunity wasn't easy to come by, so he had to wait patiently. After counting, Lin Yi now had more than 80 pieces of spiritual jades on hand. Although it was a lot for ordinary people, for Lin Yi, who wanted to save 1,000 spiritual jades before the Inner Street's opening day next month, it was still a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, senior brother Bitter still had 300 to 400 pieces of spiritual jades on hand. In addition, Lin Yi now had at least 400 spiritual jades on hand. This way, he had already made up for a small part of the gap. Moreover, he still had plenty of time. Otherwise, Lin Yi could only take the risk and do something risky. Chapter 3642. Even though Lin Yi still did not know the specifics of this ghostly thing, after all his previous encounters, his intuition told him that this ghostly thing's background was definitely not small. Something that even he was moved by was naturally not a small matter. Moreover, as the saying goes, treasures have spirits. Every heavenly treasure was waiting for its fated person. This was a chance that belonged to everyone. Even though Lin Yi had not been able to find out the true use of the star ink stone from the ghostly thing's mouth, the throbbing of his heart at that time was not fake. He could clearly feel the mysterious connection between himself and this star ink stone. It could be seen that after getting his hands on it, there would definitely be an unexpected surprise waiting for him. However, while Lin Yi was looking forward to the star ink stone, in the cave of an inner disciple of the Soaring Sky Pavilion 100 miles away from him, there was someone who was even more obsessed with that unattractive stone than he was. He could not even rest during the day or sleep at night because of it. If Lin Yi was present, he would definitely be shocked and vigilant. This was because this person was the inner disciple of the Soaring Sky Pavilion he had met at the Hong Merchant Guild. His name was Yuzhe. Compared to the other inner disciples of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, although Yuzhe could barely be considered a second-generation cultivator, his background was far less profound than that of a young master like Su Lingchong. In the Soaring Sky Pavilion, if one did not have a powerful background, then one must have great strength. Otherwise, one could only be bullied by others and never have a chance to stand out. Therefore, Yuzhe had always been very diligent. Apart from his daily training, the place he went to the library the most was the library. As long as he paid a token amount of spirit jade, he could look up tens of thousands of ancient books every month. This was a treatment unique to the inner disciples of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. As for the inner disciples of the other two pavilions, if they wanted to enter the library, they would have to pay a price that was not a small amount of spirit jade. The price they had to pay to enter the library was definitely painful. There was no other reason other than that this library was built on the territory of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. There was no other reason than the fact that the library pavilion was built on the territory of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. As an inner sect disciple of the Soaring Sky Pavilion who did not have a strong background, Yuzhe knew that if he wanted to stand out, it was not enough to just rely on diligent cultivation. He had to have some kind of unexpected fortuitous encounter, and fortuitous encounter opportunity. They were often hidden in these ancient books. In order to be able to more easily access these ancient books, Yuzhe, as a high and mighty inner sect disciple of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, even volunteered to become a small steward of the library pavilion. After 3 whole years, he had already memorized all the ancient books in the library like the back of his hand. Other than the library, there was another place that Yuzhe frequented. This was the market. There was nothing much to see in the outer and middle streets, but the mysterious and high-end inner streets often had some unexpected treasures, some treasures that many people couldn't understand but had profound meanings. However, the inner street was not a place anyone could enter. Although Yuzhe was an inner sect disciple of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, his background was not particularly strong. Secondly, his strength was not particularly strong, and he had never achieved any dazzling results in the competition between the three pavilions, so he had never been able to obtain the recognition of the inner street. The only chance he had to enter the inner street was during the monthly inner street open day. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared. Under Yuja's unremitting efforts. Finally, a few days ago, during the inner street open house, he finally found what he had been dreaming of. A fortuitous object that was overlooked by everyone, but was enough to allow someone to step onto the peak. That was the star inkstone recorded in the ancient books. Every time he thought of that pitch-black stone, Yusha couldn't help but feel a wave of excitement. This was a treasure that even the Hong Merchant Company had misjudged. Although the price of 1,000 spirit jades could not be considered low, but if it was according to what was written in the ancient books, its true value was far more than 1,000 spirit jades. It could be 10 times or even 100 times more. It was a pity that Yusha did not have 1,000 spirit jades on hand at the time. Although he was an inner sect disciple of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, and his monthly salary was far higher than that of the disciples of the other two pavilions, it was not very realistic to rely on this little bit of salary to save up 1,000 spirit jades. Also, he had been a steward of the library pavilion for the past 3 years and did not go out to do those high-reward missions, so he was not as rich as the other inner sect disciples of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. But luckily, Yusha had already arranged with someone to borrow 1,000 spirit jades before the inner street open house next month. Although the interest rate was extremely high, as long as he successfully bought the star inkstone, the return it would bring would be at least 10 times or even 100 times more. As long as he waited for less than a month, he would be able to purchase the star inkstone recorded in the ancient texts. One could imagine how excited Yusha was right now. This was a precious treasure that could change his entire life. Yusha wasn't worried that someone would buy the star inkstone before him, because the rarity of an item like the star inkstone was far above that of other treasures. This could be seen from the fact that even the treasure appraisers of the Hong Chamber of Commerce weren't able to determine its true value. It was only because of the appraiser's intuition that this item was not ordinary, so he symbolically priced it at 1,000 spirit jades. Apart from people like Yusha who specialized in reading ancient books, no one else would know the use of the star inkstone, much less spend 1,000 spirit jades to buy this strange stone. Thus, Yusha was determined to obtain it. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure flashed through Yusha's mind. It was that grassroots wandering cultivator he had never met who had been standing next to him when he had found the star inkstone. Judging from the situation at the time, he had seemed rather interested in the star inkstone. Could it be that this fellow also knew the value of the star inkstone? As soon as this thought appeared, Yusha began to laugh self-mockingly. Putting aside the fact that grassroots wandering cultivators had no chance of coming into contact with ancient books, the possibility of them recognizing the star inkstone was minuscule. Even if they recognized it, could it be that they could gather 1,000 spirit jades and buy it before Yusha did? But self-mockery was self-mockery. Yusha could not afford to lose this star inkstone. No matter how absurd this thought was, he still had to nip the risk in the bud. Better safe than sorry. He decided to wait the night before the inner street open house next month and buy the star inkstone as soon as possible. This way, even if that grassroots wandering cultivator also took a fancy to the star inkstone, even if he also gathered 1,000 spirit jades, in the end, he could only look on and sigh. This is an opportunity and good fortune that belongs to me, Yusha. No one can steal it from my hands. With its assistance, I will walk the path to the peak. Chapter 36-43. In fact, he hadn't even thought about how to earn the rest of the spiritual jades. With the news of him being cheated by many newcomers using useless jade to exchange for good jade, the first to come to him was not the other restless newcomers from the other pavilions, but Senior Brother Bitter Guy. Although Lin Yi was a little surprised by Senior Brother Bitter Guy's visit, he was still quite happy. The reason was very simple. Senior Brother Bitter Guy had delivered the 300 to 400 pieces of useless jade that he had mentioned before. It was a full sack. Looking at the sack full of useless jade, Lin Yi was naturally overjoyed. With a rough estimate, there were at least 350 pieces of useless jade. In addition to the 80 pieces he already had, it meant that he had a total of more than 430 pieces of spiritual jades. Faced with such an outcome, it would be strange if Lin Yi wasn't overjoyed. Seeing Lin Yi's joy, senior brother Bitter Guy was naturally happy for him too. However, he hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask the question in his heart, "Junior brother Lin, there is a rumor that even the other two pavilions newcomers have heard. It says that you were exchanged for 15 pieces of good jade with useless jade. What is going on?" Senior brother Bitter Guy already knew that Lin Yi had been exchanged for good jade by Meng Juiguang. He thought that it was just because Lin Yi was careless and was tricked. He didn't expect such a thing to happen in just a few days. Moreover, the rumor sounded so real. This made him a little puzzled. Even if Lin Yi was really as stupid as the rumor said, the problem was, where did he get these 15 pieces of good jade? Others thought that these good jades were the 15 pieces that Meng Juiguang lost in the bet, but senior brother Bitter knew. However, senior brother Bitter Guy knew that these good jade were all in the hands of Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. Lin Yi didn't want any of them. And if the piece of spiritual jade that Meng Juiguang cheated was counted. As a newcomer, Lin Yi shouldn't have a single good jade in his hands right now. But the rumor sounded plausible and didn't seem to be fake. If it was purely a rumor, this kind of thing might happen among the common people, but these were all heaven rank experts. It was impossible for them to not have the basic ability to distinguish between the truth and the truth. This is actually a little secret of mine. Senior Marshal Brother Ku, after you hear it, you'll understand. You have to keep it a secret for me. Lin Yi knew that Senior Brother Ku Bai would ask such a question, so he had already thought of an excuse. Of course, he would not mention the space of the jade pendant. Junior brother Lin, don't worry. I will definitely keep it a secret. But if it's inconvenient, you don't have to tell me. Senior brother Ku Bai said considerately. He was only concerned about Lin Yi's situation, but he didn't necessarily want to know Lin Yi's secrets. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. Actually, it's nothing. Senior brother Ku, you already know that I'm an alchemist. I recently found out that if I use these waste jades as supplementary materials, it can increase the success rate of alchemy. So I secretly refined some alchemy pills and sold them in the market square. That's how I got the good jades that they exchanged for. I see. Senior brother Ku Bai finally understood, but then he asked, "But junior brother Lin, since you used pills to exchange for these good jade, why didn't you keep them for yourself? Could it be that it's more profitable to use them as supplementary materials for alchemy?" That's true, so I was happy to pretend to be the idiot that they said I was. I secretly made a fortune. Lin Yi laughed. This time, even the bitter senior brother was amused. I was wondering, with junior brother Lin's intelligence, how could you suffer such a huge loss? So that's how it is. To think that I was so worried before. Senior apprentice brother Ku Bai's words were not false. Before he came here, he was really worried about Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt somewhat touched. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He turned around to avoid the other party's line of sight. He took out 30 pieces of spirit jades, put them in a bag, and handed it to senior apprentice brother Ku Bai. Senior brother Ku Bai was stunned and waved his hand repeatedly. Junior brother Lin, what do you mean? Don't tell me you think that I'm the same as the others, and that I'm here to exchange waste jade for good jade? Seeing that senior brother Ku Bai was really a little angry, Lin Yi hurriedly explained, Senior brother Ku Bai, you're thinking too much. If we really followed the 3-to-1 exchange rate of others, my 30 pieces of good jade wouldn't be enough to exchange for so many useless jades. I'm just making you worry about me, senior brother Ku Bai. I feel bad, so I'm just trying to express my gratitude. This. But junior brother Lin needs these good jades more than I do. Although senior brother Kubai was a little moved, he still insisted on not accepting it. Speaking of which, he had been a senior brother in charge for a few years, but he had never seen so many good jades at once. 30 pieces of good jades were enough to sustain his cultivation for a long time. About the matter of the spirit jades, senior brother Kubai, you don't have to worry about me. Don't forget that I can still earn them back by refining medicinal pills. Especially since you've provided me with so many useless jades, it's enough for me to refine a lot of medicinal pills. So, you should just accept these spirit jades. Between us brothers, is there really a need to be so serious? That would disappoint junior brother too much. Lin Yi smiled and persuaded, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai have already accepted them. Senior brother Kubai, if you don't accept them, are you not treating me as one of your own? Since Lin Yi had put it this way, the bitter senior martial brother could no longer refuse. He could only say with an ashamed expression, then. All right, I will shamelessly take advantage of junior martial brother Lin this time. I will remember this favor in my heart. If it was before, he might have insisted on not accepting it. But now that he had been entrusted by Lu Bianren, in order to be able to fight against Meng Juiguang in the future, he urgently needed to increase his strength. Naturally, the more spiritual jades, the better. Senior brother Ku, you're being too serious. Isn't helping you the same as helping myself? Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. In reality, if it wasn't for the fact that he needed to save up spiritual jades to buy star inkstones, he could have given more. But now that he had given 30 pieces, he was left with less than 500 pieces. If he gave more, it might not be enough when the time came. The bitter senior martial brother nodded gratefully and carefully put away the 30 pieces of spiritual jades. After thinking for a moment, he reminded Lin Yi, junior martial brother Lin, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. I'm sure you've heard this saying before. Although others know that you can refine medicinal pills, and it doesn't matter if it gets out, if your success rate in refining medicinal pills is very high, it will eventually attract trouble. So in the future, it's better to be more careful. Senior martial brother Ku, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Lin Yi replied. Chapter 3644. Foundation Establishment Barrier Breaking Pill. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. It was the first time he had heard of this kind of pill. However, from the name, he knew that this pill would definitely help a master in the foundation establishment stage break through. He immediately said, I've never seen this before, but if senior brother Ku has the recipe, I can try it. I have the recipe here. Senior brother Ku immediately took out a recipe and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the recipe and looked at it carefully. He found that this foundation establishment barrier breaking pill was also a 4th grade pill like the heavenly golden pill. Its effect was exactly as he had speculated. It had the same effect as the heavenly golden pill. However, although they were both useful for masters in the foundation establishment stage, there was still a difference between the two. The foundation establishment barrier breaking pill could be used to help masters in the foundation establishment stage break through the barrier between the early stage and the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment stage, and the barrier between the peak of the early stage and the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. However, there was a prerequisite for this pill to take effect. That was, the user must have touched the cultivation barrier. If this condition was not met, the pill would have no effect no matter how many times it was taken. Moreover, taking the foundation establishment barrier breaking pill was not 100% sure that the user could break through the barrier. It would be better if the user was in the early stage or the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. However, if the user was in the late stage or the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment stage, it would depend on the quality of the pill. If the quality was not good, and the user's aptitude was not good, it would not be easy to break through. In comparison, the Heavenly Path Golden Pill, also known as the Foundation Building Pill, could also be used to break through barriers. Furthermore, it could be used when one had yet to reach a cultivation barrier. It could also be taken as an experience pill, which was far more valuable than the Foundation Establishment Barrier Breaking Pill. Let me give you a simple example. Although Lin Yi had been in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment stage for some time, it was not a long time, and he had not touched the barrier of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. If he took the Foundation Establishment Barrier Breaking Pill at this time, it could be said that it would have no effect. However, if he took the Foundation Establishment Pill, one would be used to touch the barrier, and the other would be used to break through the barrier. Then he could directly advance to the peak of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. Therefore, although they were both fourth-grade pills, there was still a difference in quality between the two types of pills. However, it seemed to be a bit extravagant. The raw materials of the Foundation Breaking Pill were not as complicated as the Foundation Breaking Pill. Lin Yi could use them together to achieve the best effect. It seemed that Senior Marshal Brother Ku Bai's Foundation Breaking Pill had come at the right time, and since it was a fourth-grade medicinal pill, in that case, Han Jingjing's modified godly pesticide cauldron could be used to refine it. It was enough to guarantee the success rate of refining. Thinking of this, Lin Yi nodded and said, "Senior Brother Ku, I have the confidence to try this Foundation Breaking Pill, but I need some time to gather the ingredients. Although the herbs required for this pill formula are not as complicated as the Foundation Building Pill. But no matter what, it was still a fourth-grade medicinal pill, and it would still take some time to gather all the medicinal ingredients." Senior Marshal Brother Ku Bai's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, "I have medicinal herbs here, and I have prepared 3 sets, but they are all stored in my cave. Junior Brother Lin, if you can refine it, I'll go back and get it for you." As he spoke, Senior Marshal Brother Ku Bai did not wait for Lin Yi to agree, and turned to leave the cave. He could not wait to go back and get the medicinal ingredients. Lin Yi suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had known Senior Marshal Brother Ku Bai for so long, and he had always given him the impression that he was a gentle person who could not be beaten with a stick. He had never seen him so anxious. In fact, it was no wonder that Senior Marshal Brother Ku Bai was so excited. He had already been an expert in the early stage of the Foundation Building realm many years ago, and now he had been stuck in the barrier between the early stage and the peak of the early stage of the Foundation Building realm for more than half a year. No matter how hard he cultivated, there had never been a sign of loosening. According to his original character, he would not be as anxious as he was now. He could continue to cultivate slowly and look for an opportunity to break through. But now, Lu Bianren was in a precarious situation. Once he was transferred from the Welcome Pavilion, even if it was for the sake of Lin Yi and the other junior marshal brothers who were loyal to him, he had to stand up as a senior marshal brother. And with the strength of the early stage of the Foundation Building realm, he obviously could not compete with Meng Juiguang. And if he wanted to break through this barrier in a short period of time, the most direct and effective way was the Foundation Breaking Pill. If he was an expert in the late stage of the Foundation Building realm and wanted to break through to the peak of the late stage of the Foundation Building realm, one Foundation Breaking Pill might not be effective. But for him, who was in the early stage of the Foundation Building realm, it was almost 100% successful. For any cultivator, the most enjoyable thing in the world was always a breakthrough in strength. Senior Marshal Brother Ku Bai was naturally no exception. After a short while, Senior Marshal Brother Ku Bai came back with a basket of medicinal herbs. His speed was so fast that it made Lin Yi dumbfounded. It turned out that this guy also had such a nimble time. Lin Yi even suspected that he also had the gale-chasing lightning boots and the butterfly micro-steps. Junior Marshal Brother Lin, come and check these medicinal herbs. See if they are enough. If not, I will think of a way to get more. Senior Marshal Brother Ku Bai panted heavily. Lin Yi nodded and carefully checked the ingredients according to the recipe. Indeed, as senior brother Ku Qian had said, there were 3 sets of herbs here. That was to say, if he could successfully refine all of them, he could refine 3 foundation-breaking pills. Even if the probability of accidental failure was taken into account, the most pessimistic estimate was that with so many materials, at least one would be guaranteed to succeed. These herbs are more than enough. Lin Yi then looked at senior brother Ku Bai and said with some doubt, "Senior brother Ku Bai, you probably didn't know that I was an alchemist before. Did you prepare so many medicinal ingredients to get someone else to help you refine?" According to common sense, senior martial brother Bitter Corner was not an alchemist. If he urgently needed the foundation establishment barrier-breaking pill, he would at most gather spirit jades to buy it in the market square. He would not spend so much effort to gather so many medicinal ingredients. After all, no matter how many medicinal ingredients he had, they would not become pills. He still needed someone to help him refine them. "Yes, I originally planned to go to the alchemy hall to apply, but the price is too high. I can't gather it in a short time. Since junior martial brother Lin can refine it, it couldn't be better." Senior martial brother Ku Bai was glad. Alchemy Hall. Lin Yi was stunned. Chapter 36-45. Yes, the Alchemy Hall is the same as the Spirit Jade Hall and the Welcome Pavilion. It's also an independent department outside of the 3 great pavilions. Almost all the alchemists in the North Island are gathered there, and they are responsible for refining elixirs for the disciples of the 3 great pavilions. The bitter senior brother paused and added, "It is said that the treatment there is much better than other places. Junior brother Lin, since you are an alchemist, maybe you can join them in the future." That was the only place that the 3 great pavilions couldn't interfere with. It was managed by the Pill Pavilion of Middle Island. It was founded by Master Zhang Liju back then, and even now, Master Zhang Liju was still the head of the Dan Pavilion. The alchemists in the Pill Hall have an extraordinary status. Of course, many alchemists have been privately bribed by the 3 pavilions, but it is also a cooperative relationship. Even if Su Lingchong wants to mess with you, it is basically very difficult. Without any benefits, those alchemists will not work hard for him. Oh. Does that mean that if I join the hall, I'll be able to meet Master Zhang Liju? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. How is that possible? Although it was managed by Gue Dan Hall in name, the refiners were all born and bred in the North Island. Only those at the level of the head of the Dan Hall could go to the center island to hand in the harvest and take back the materials. But that was only for a few days, and they had to come back after that. How could they meet Master Zhang Liju? Is it that easy to see? The bitter senior brother shook his head. If that's the case, then we'll talk about this when the time comes. Lin Yi shook his head non-committally. Although he could concoct pills, he still relied on Han Jingjing's modified armament cauldron. He wasn't a pure refiner. Plus, his main mission now was to go to Zhongdao to find Zhang Liju. Unless he was promoted to Pavilion Master, it would probably be very difficult for him to get the mission to go to Middle Island, right? Even the Pavilion Master. Even if he went there, he would have to come back soon. There wasn't much point in going there. Besides, he didn't want the secret of his alchemy to be discovered by others. After all, if this cauldron was known by others, it would bring him endless trouble. Putting aside this thought, Lin Yi changed the topic and asked, "Senior brother Ku, you mentioned that you need to pay a high price to find the pill hall to refine pills. Of course, it's not easy to trouble those people from the pill hall to refine recovery pills." Senior brother Ku Bai said with lingering fear, according to the rules of the pill hall. To refine any kind of medicinal pill, we will need to provide 2 sets of ingredients. Furthermore, we will need to hand over a considerable amount of spirit jades. If it is an unpopular medicinal pill, we will have to find a way to provide the pill recipe ourselves. If we want to make pills, we have to provide 2 sets of materials, and we have to pay a large amount of spirit jade. Junior brother Lin, do you think this price is too high? Pill, the price is. This price is indeed a little exaggerated. This is. Master Pill Master of as Pill great. The Pill Hall is spirit, Pill Master is as good as two. Were Pill sect Master of Pill. The total value of the 2 sets of herbs was only a dozen or so spiritual jades. As long as one put in some effort, they could still be collected. This was still within the range of a normal cultivator. But the extra 200 spirit jade was too much. A low-level steward like the bitter senior brother wouldn't be able to save up so many spirit jade without 10 years of hard work. Paying such a huge price, if they can guarantee a success rate, then it will be worth it. After all, the foundation establishment barrier-breaking pill sold in the market is priced at 400 spirit jades. If they can exchange it for 1 foundation-breaking pill, it's worth it. The bitter senior brother laughed bitterly and continued, but the problem is, the pill hall can't guarantee the success rate. The pill hall can't guarantee the success rate. If you can refine 2 pills with these 2 sets of materials, then you can only get one of them. If you can only refine one, you'll be lucky. I'll give you the other one. But if all of them fail, then all the materials and the 200 spirit jade will go down the drain. You won't get a single cent back. Then wouldn't this be a huge gamble? This pill hall is really shady. Lin Yi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Spending 400 spiritual jades, one could directly buy a foundation-building barrier-breaking pill in the market square. If one went to the pill hall to refine it, they would have to provide 2 sets of ingredients and 200 spiritual jades. This way, there was a certain chance of getting a foundation-building barrier-breaking pill. Of course, there was also the possibility of losing everything. For an ordinary cultivator like Senior Marshall Brother Bye-Bye, this was simply a huge gamble with his entire family's life. According to Lin Yi's knowledge, to most pill masters, the higher the grade of the pill, the lower the success rate. That was to say, for a 4th-grade pill like the foundation-breaking pill, the chances of failure were much higher than the chances of success. If the bitter senior brother gritted his teeth and saved up 200 spirit jade to find the pill hall, there was at least a 60% chance of losing everything. Of course, if there were 2 sets of materials, the success rate would be higher. But it was also a huge risk. This was also the source of his excitement and eagerness just now. After all, he looked for Lin Yi to help refine the pill. Even if the success rate was lower than those pill masters, it didn't matter. After all, he only needed to provide the materials. Compared to the high price of 200 spirit jade, such a loss was negligible. The spirit jade that Lin Yi gave him just now could buy another 5 sets of materials. What was there to worry about? Junior brother Lin, I'll leave the matter of refining the pill to you. But you don't have to feel any pressure. It's naturally what I want to be happy about. But it doesn't matter if it fails. It doesn't take much effort to collect these materials. The bitter senior brother said sincerely. Lin Yi nodded, rest assured, senior brother Ku. I'm confident. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, although the bitter senior brother still felt that his junior brother Lin was a bit blindly confident, he still didn't dare to undermine his confidence. He had to say, when do you plan to refine the pill? I'll find a way to ask for a few days' leave from the Spirit Jade Hall. Even a layman like the bitter senior brother knew that refining the pill had always been extremely exhausting on the mind and physical strength. Especially refining a high-grade pill, it was very likely to take a few days. If Lin Yi went to the mining area every day before refining the pill and didn't take a good rest, the process was very likely to have problems. Failure in refining the pill was considered light. Maybe Lin Yi himself would be injured. After all, the alchemist who died from furnace explosion was not 1 or 2. The risk could be imagined. Chapter 36-46. What? Tonight? Well, I won't bother you anymore. Brother Kubai nodded after listening to Lin Yi's explanation. He wasn't an elixir refiner after all, and he didn't know much about these things. After sending senior brother Ku out of the cave residence, Lin Yi then entered the space of the jade pendant and put all 3 medicinal materials into the magic pesticide cauldron, ready to start alchemy. With the automatic magic pesticide cauldron modified by Han Jingjing, alchemy was a very simple thing for Lin Yi. As long as the materials were put in, the only thing to do was to continuously input the true qi of heaven stage great perfection according to the instructions on the medicine cauldron. From the beginning to the end, it was a completely idiot-like operation, without any technical difficulty. The only test was that the supply of true qi of heaven stage great perfection could not be interrupted. If it was in the past when Lin Yi was still in the heaven realm great perfection, this would be a big challenge. After all, the alchemy process would take at least a few hours. If he kept going all out during the process, he might be exhausted at any time. However, for the current Lin Yi, there was no such concern at all. After all, he was now an expert in the early stage of foundation establishment. It was naturally easy to supply true qi of heaven stage great perfection. Although in terms of medicinal efficacy, the foundation establishment barrier breaking pill was weaker than the foundation establishment pill that Lin Yi had been preparing to refine before, for Lin Yi, who was sitting on the automatic magic pesticide cauldron, the refining process of the two was not much different. This was equivalent to an advanced training for refining the foundation establishment pill. After sorting out his mood and suppressing all kinds of distracting thoughts, Lin Yi sat cross-legged for a moment. After adjusting his physical state to the best, he officially began to refine the pill. According to the fire attribute, refining time, and method provided on the elixir prescription, all of them were input on a tablet next to the magic pesticide cauldron. He saw on the screen that, "Please wait, Jingjing is calculating the alchemy time and temperature curve for Brother Lin Yi, generating an automatic alchemy script," looking at the above line of text. Lin Yi was a little emotional. Han Jingjing also came to the Heaven Stage Island. I don't know which island she is on now. How was he doing? However, thinking about it, with Han Jingjing's intelligence, if she really couldn't join the pill hall, she would be an awesome character. Beep beep. The tablet emitted 2 clear beeps. Lin Yi looked up and saw the tablet display, alchemy script generated. Automatically analyzing according to the weight of the medicine cauldron. There will be 3 sets of ingredients for this alchemy. The estimated duration of the alchemy is 4 hours and 55 minutes. Please accumulate your true qi in advance. The estimated number of pills produced is 5. Only 5 hours. Lin Yi couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. But when he saw the number, he couldn't help but be happy. He could actually refine 5 pills. However, this was only for Lin Yi and Han Jingjing. If it was someone else, they could only refine it one by one. Success was success, failure was failure. With Lin Yi's mass production, even the scraps could be combined into a new pill. Naturally, the efficiency of forming pills was extremely high. He sat cross-legged. Lin Yi started to circulate the art of dragon mastery. He quickly poured the true qi in his body into the automatic god pesticide cauldron. The medicine cauldron emitted a clear light buzz. On the tablet beside it, the words, "Starting refining, warming up," also appeared. Beside it was a countdown timer. Then, the medicine cauldron began to slowly heat up. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, it finally gradually entered the state of alchemy. Under Han Jingjing's genius modification, as long as the vital energy was continuously infused, the internal program would automatically adjust the intensity and temperature of the fire. The excess vital energy would be stored in the energy stones at the bottom of the medicine cauldron. If the vital energy was really exhausted when the alchemy was about to be completed, the medicine cauldron would detect that the vital energy was insufficient and automatically use the vital energy stored in the energy stones to replenish the vital energy. However, energy stones were more than enough for level 3 elixirs. A large energy stone could be used to refine a level 3 elixir. Even Lin Yi, who could refine several elixirs at once, only needed one energy stone and some of Lin Yi's pure energy to complete the task. However, a grade 4 medicinal pill was out of the question. The amount of true qi required to refine a single one was enormous. Not to mention a single energy stone, even 10 or 20 energy stones would be considered pretty good. Therefore, Lin Yi planned to see if he could change the energy stones in the medicine cauldron into spiritual jades. This way, he could replenish more true qi and prevent the alchemy from failing. However, Lin Yi did not dare to modify it blindly. He did not understand these things. If the modification was broken, then it would be terrible. Therefore, it was better to work hard for himself first. If he could meet Han Jingjing in the future, then he would ask her to help him modify it. Under the control of the true qi generated from the alchemy fire, the medicinal ingredients in the medicine cauldron began to change bit by bit. This process was slow and gentle. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to notice it at all. However, this was precisely the process that alchemists enjoyed the most. However, Lin Yi could not enjoy it. He did not know what was going on in the medicine cauldron. He was looking at the tablet next to him. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The medicinal properties and spiritual qi of all the medicinal ingredients in the automatic magic pesticide cauldron had been completely released under the control of the alchemy fire. The degree of fullness was incredible. If the medicinal properties and spiritual qi of each individual medicinal herb were one, then at this moment, the 30 medicinal herbs in the medicine cauldron were mixed together. After the complex catalysis of the alchemy fire and various auxiliary materials, the result was not a simple addition of 1 and 1. It was far more than 300, but 3,000 or even 30,000. Such a majestic medicinal properties and spiritual qi, even the automatic magic pesticide cauldron could not bear it. It began to buzz continuously. In the space of the jade pendant, one could even smell a trace of medicinal fragrance from it. Oh no! Lin Yi, who had always been calm, suddenly changed his expression. Although he had unparalleled confidence in this automatic magic pesticide cauldron, this performance was a bit abnormal. After all, it was still far from the time when the medicine cauldron was producing pills. Could it be that there was an accident in the medicine cauldron? Lin Yi felt uneasy in his heart. However, things had come to this point. He could not give up halfway. He could only bite the bullet and continue. Chapter 36-47. Although he had never encountered such a problem before, the foundation establishment barrier-breaking pill he was concocting this time was a real 4th-grade pill. Who knew what kind of accident would happen during the process? With this kind of apprehension in his heart, Lin Yi continued to be on tenterhooks for another 2 hours. Fortunately, during these 2 hours, although the medicinal cauldron was constantly humming, no other accidents occurred. This caused Lin Yi to let out a sigh of relief while trembling with fear. Finally, with the last buzzing sound that was even clearer and clearer than before, the pill refinement finally came to an end. At this time, even Lin Yi, who was used to remaining calm in the face of danger, was scared out of his wits. The first 2 hours were fine, everything was under control, but the last 2 hours were too fucking torturous. If it were someone with a weak mind, they would have been scared out of their wits. After calming himself down and stabilizing his breathing, Lin Yi stood up and opened the god pesticide cauldron in front of him. As soon as the lid of the cauldron was opened, a rich medicinal fragrance immediately spread throughout the entire space of the jade pendant. Lin Yi only had to take a whiff to immediately feel refreshed and relaxed. From the looks of it, it should be a success, right? Lin Yi looked into the medicine cauldron with anticipation. After carefully searching for a moment, he was suddenly stunned. Lin Yi turned his head to look at the display on the tablet, and he finally understood, fuck me. No wonder he had been behaving so strangely since 2 hours ago. No wonder he almost became mentally ill. So this was the source of all the abnormalities. At this moment, at the entrance of the 14th cave at the foot of the mountain, senior brother Kubai was waiting anxiously. If it was said that Lin Yi was only worried for the last 2 hours, then senior brother Kubai had been nervous for the whole night. After all, whether or not Lin Yi could refine the foundation-breaking pill was directly related to whether or not he could shoulder Lu Bianren's entrustment in the future. When facing Meng Juiguang, a bitter senior brother in the early stage of foundation building and a bitter senior brother in the peak of the early stage of foundation building had completely different meanings. The foundation establishment barrier breaking pill was senior martial brother's only hope for a breakthrough. If Lin Yi was unable to successfully refine it, then his hope would be reduced to a bubble. Apart from Lin Yi, if he wanted to refine pills, he could only look for the Dan hole. Even if Lin Yi had given him 30 pieces of spiritual jades last night, in addition to the spiritual jades he had accumulated, it was still far from enough for the 200 spiritual jades required by the Dan hole. Not to mention that even if 200 spirit jades were gathered, the pill hall's pill masters might not be able to successfully refine it. While waiting anxiously, seeing that the sky was bright, the bitter senior martial brother was pondering whether he should go to the Spirit Jade Hall to ask for a day's leave for Lin Yi, when the door to the number 14 Immortals Cave at the foot of the mountain finally opened, and Lin Yi walked out. Ha! Senior martial brother Ku, you didn't stay here all night last night, did you? Lin Yi saw senior martial brother Ku waiting at the door and was stunned, and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Hey, I was just nervous. Anyway, I can't rest when I go back, so I might as well wait here. Senior martial brother Ku smiled awkwardly, and then said with a nervous face, how was it? Was the refining successful? It was rare for senior martial brother Ku to be so nervous. Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Senior martial brother Ku's heart suddenly tightened, and he stammered, failed. But it's nothing, just a dozen or so spiritual jades. Senior martial brother Ku thought about it. If he failed, at most he would lose materials, and it really was nothing. Lin Yi didn't speak, and stretched out his hand. On his palm lay 2 snow-white pills, with a strong medicinal fragrance, and the shape and shape, it was the well-known foundation establishment barrier-breaking pill. Gulp. Senior martial brother Ku swallowed hard. At first, he was a little incredulous, but after confirming it, he was wild with joy and said, you actually succeeded. You're really something, junior martial brother Lin. No wonder even senior martial brother Lu praised you for hiding your strength. To be honest, although he wholeheartedly hoped that Lin Yi could successfully refine it, senior martial brother Ku still felt that Lin Yi might not be able to compare to the alchemists in the pill hole. After all, those people were the mainstream of the North Island, and although Lin Yi was also an alchemist, he came from the secular world, and was not at the same level as these people. Even the success rate of these local alchemists in the North Island was so low, so the success rate of Lin Yi, a secular alchemist, could only be lower. But he didn't expect that in just one night, Lin Yi could take out 2 foundation establishment barrier-breaking pills at once. This was like a dream. It wasn't that senior martial brother Ku looked down on the secular world of practitioners, but that was the truth. In terms of foundation, the secular world of practitioners was on a completely different level from Sky Class Island, and elixir making was precisely where foundation was needed the most. According to what senior martial brother Ku knew, in the secular world of practitioners, there was only one person who could look down on the local refiners of Sky Class Island, Miracle Dr. Zhang Liju. But what he didn't know was that the Lin Yi standing in front of him right now was Zhang Liju's disciple. Lin Yi grinned and handed the 2 elixirs to Ku by Shixiang. 2 barrier-breaking elixirs, this should be enough to ensure that you can break through the barrier. Unexpectedly, senior martial brother Ku only took 1 and said gratefully, 1 is enough for me, keep the rest for yourself, after all, you'll need to use it sooner or later. Seeing that Lin Yi still wanted to refuse, senior martial brother Ku quickly said, if it was someone else's school, if they made 2 at once, not only would they have to keep 1, but I'd also have to pay 200 spirit jades in advance. That's already a huge advantage for me. So please don't reject me, Junior Marshall Brother Lin, otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Ha, Senior Marshall Brother Ku, when did I tell you that I only made 2 foundation establishment barrier breaking pills? Lin Yi smiled and asked back. Ha. More than 2. Could it be 3? Senior Marshall Brother Ku's brain stopped working. He only provided 3 sets of ingredients, and Lin Yi successfully made 3 foundation establishment barrier breaking pills in one go. Didn't that mean that he had a 100% success rate? Even if Lin Yi said that using waste jades could increase the success rate, wasn't that too much of an exaggeration? If this were to spread, those so-called refiners of the school would be embarrassed to death. At this point, Senior Marshall Brother Ku, who was overjoyed, didn't even realize that the 2 foundation establishment barrier breaking pills that Lin Yi gave him had rings of pill halo. Even if it was the same type of pill, there was a world of difference between those with pill halo and those without. Chapter 36-48. Lin Yi smiled noncommittally and stuffed the foundation establishment bottleneck breaking pill in his hand to Senior Brother Ku, saying, "So, Senior Brother Ku, you can accept it without worry." Although 1 foundation establishment bottleneck breaking pill is enough to break through from the early stage of foundation establishment to the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment, it's better to have double insurance. Besides, even if you can't use the second one this time, you can use it the next time you break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment, right? Well, thank you, Junior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Ku thought for a while and finally accepted it. But in his heart, he was thinking that the favor he owed Lin Yi was getting bigger and bigger. How could he pay it back? Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Yi's strength was not particularly strong, he would do everything possible to protect him. This might be the only way to repay him. The bitter guy couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was the senior brother here, so why was he the one receiving all the favors from Lin Yi? It seemed like it was just as Lu Shixiang had said, his Lin Yi wasn't an ordinary person. He was going to soar into the skies sooner or later. Carefully putting away the 2 foundation establishment bottleneck breaking pills, Senior Brother Ku said something to Lin Yi and could not wait to go back to prepare for the breakthrough. And Lin Yi looked up at the sky. He did not look tired after a hard night and went to Jade Spirit Hall to mine as usual. It was not that he was not tired, but people were in high spirits when they encountered happy events. He was happy at this time. As for the reason, it was naturally the result of last night's alchemy, which gave him a big surprise. This surprise was not the 3 foundation establishment bottleneck breaking pills that Senior Brother Ku made up for himself. In fact, when he opened the medicine cauldron to check, he finally found the pills inside. But there were 6 of them. There was actually 1 more than the original estimate of the tablet. Finally, the tablet showed a sentence, "Congratulations, Big Brother Lin Yi." 1 more than expected. This really made Lin Yi not know whether to laugh or cry. But later, Lin Yi also kept thinking about this question. Why was there 1 more? In the end, the conclusion was that the herbs on Heaven's Stage Island were more abundant in spirit energy than those in the secular world, so the quality would be higher. Then with the same number of herbs, naturally, he would be able to refine more pills. There were no less than 6 foundation establishment barrier breaking pills, and every single one of them had a faint glow. This was also the root cause of the continuous abnormal reactions of the godly pesticide cauldron during the process of alchemy. Clearly, only 3 sets of medicinal materials were put in, and 5 pills were expected, but in the end, 6 foundation-breaking pills were refined, and each of them was of the highest quality that could only be encountered by luck. How could this matter be explained? 3 sets of medicinal ingredients produced 6 pills at once. As for the cauldron, it was still refined according to the procedure of refining 5 cauldrons. As a result, a strange phenomenon occurred. Lin Yi reckoned that it was fortunate that this was a divine armament cauldron. If it was an ordinary grade 4 cauldron, the cauldron would have exploded. However, Han Jingjing should have considered the possibility of refining an extra pill in such a sudden manner. Otherwise, there wouldn't be that last sentence. Therefore, although it was dangerous, Han Jingjing must have taken precautions, which was why she was able to successfully refine it. This was a grade 4 pill, and she actually refined a total of 6 pills at once. If this kind of thing were to be spread, it would simply blind the dog eyes of all the alchemists. Wanting to die from shame was already a light punishment. They might even have to capture Lin Yi and dissect him for research. Only by cutting him into 1,000 pieces could the hatred in their hearts be dispelled. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. With a freak like Lin Yi, how could those alchemists in the pill hall, who were full of superiority, continue to live? People of the same trade were enemies, this saying was indeed true. But fortunately, this time, the matter of Lin Yi refining the Foundation establishment barrier-breaking pill, whether it was Senior Brother Ku Bai or Lin Yi himself, they would strictly keep it a secret. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. This saying wasn't just for show. If it was really spread out, it would cause a huge disaster. At that time, a good thing would become a bad thing. This was obviously not in line with the low-key strategy that Lin Yi had always pursued. Before his strength was strong enough to crush everything, maintaining a low profile and silently making a fortune, this was the best choice to settle down in this heavenly stage island. 6 Foundation establishment barrier-breaking pills, he gave 2 to Senior Brother Ku Bai. Lin Yi still had 4 in his hands. After a while, he would refine the Foundation establishment pill. With the combination of these 2 pills, in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about raising his strength at this stage of Foundation establishment. For the next period of time, for Lin Yi, his daily routine was to report to the Spirit Jade Hall and then stay in the number 10 mining area for a day. As Lin Yi selectively hid 2 to 3 pieces of waste jade every day, as a result, the number of good jade that he finally handed over fluctuated between 8 to 12 pieces. As a dead mining area recognized as the worst, to be able to dig out so many good jade every day, this was definitely a matter that would make people's jaws drop. But when this happened to Lin Yi, everyone was somewhat used to it. If it was in the past, people like Meng Juiguang and Meng Tong would inevitably get in the way and try to find out what was wrong. But after experiencing the matter of going back and forth to change mining areas, the 2 of them had completely cut off this idea. Lin Yi was just lucky to be able to dig out so many good jade in the number 10 mining area. What else could they do? If it was someone else who went in, it was guaranteed that they wouldn't be able to dig out even a piece of good jade. After the lesson of being disgraced last time, Meng Juiguang had already accepted this iron-like fact. Simply put it out of sight, out of mind. In his view, even if Lin Yi could maintain such a high yield, he would at most be able to earn a remuneration of 3 pieces of spirit jade a month. And at that time, even if he got the remuneration, as long as he gave a greeting to his subordinates, the good jade in Lin Yi's hands would quickly be exchanged with waste jade by them. An idiot was an idiot. So what if he earned more spirit jade? In the end, it would still benefit them. Therefore, in this way, Meng Juiguang could not wait for Lin Yi to dig out more jade. The more he dug out, the more benefits his own people would have later. Without the obstruction of Meng Juiguang and the others, Lin Yi's mining days were rather uneventful. And just when he thought that this peace would last until the 25th, on the day before the newcomers' trial that all the newcomers were looking forward to, an unexpected episode occurred. And the source of this episode was his rival, Meng Tong. On this day, Meng Tong went to the Spirit Jade Hall to report as usual. Chapter 3649. If that idiot Lin Yi has a lot of good jades in his hands, that would be great. Meng Tong couldn't help but look forward to it. It was in his nature to love ease and hate work. Compared to working hard in the mining area every day, taking a few pieces of useless jades from Meng Jueguang to exchange for Lin Yi's good jades. This was more in line with his intentions. In fact, Meng Tong was starting to regret. He regretted that he had such a big mouth in the past and spilled the beans about Lin Yi, that idiot who couldn't differentiate good jades and useless jades. Now that he thought about it, he was really stupid. If he hadn't spilled the beans, then the other newbies wouldn't have known that they could exchange useless jades with Lin Yi, that idiot. In that case, wouldn't all the good jades in Lin Yi's hands belong to him? That was a total of 15 pieces of good jades. Even if he worked hard in the 7th mining area for 3 months, he wouldn't be able to earn even half of those 15 pieces. If that was the case, why would he need to work so hard in the mining area every day? He could just lie in the cave and count the spiritual jades for fun. However, this kind of good thing could only be thought of in his mind. No matter how stupid Meng Tong was, he knew that if that was the case, the good jades that he exchanged from Lin Yi's hands would most likely fall into Meng Jueguang's hands. At most, he would be able to eat some thin soup. After sighing for a while, Meng Tong could only continue to report to the mining area as usual. However, when he passed through the long underground corridor and was about to enter the mining area, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. What the hell? Meng Tong couldn't help but look around. In that instant, he clearly saw a black and white shadow scurrying in front of him. The movement was quite fast. If it was an ordinary person, they might not be able to react in time. However, no matter what, Meng Tong was still a heaven stage full circle expert. Although he didn't see it clearly, he could already confirm that the shadow that scurried in front of him was definitely a spiritual beast. A spiritual beast. That meat is much more delicious than the meat of ordinary wild beasts. Thinking of this, Meng Tong couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Logically speaking, when one's strength reached the level of a heaven stage expert, they would be able to completely abstain from eating. Through daily cultivation, they would be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which would be far enough to satisfy their own needs. He no longer needed to consume food to replenish his energy. However, this didn't mean that all the experts above heaven rank didn't eat at all. In fact, out of habit, most of the cultivators would eat from time to time. Of course, it was no longer necessary for them to eat at this time. It was purely to satisfy their cravings. Take Meng Tong for example, he had already become a heaven stage expert a few years ago and could abstain from eating. However, he still maintained the habit of eating all kinds of delicacies every day, and even went out to hunt a few rare beasts every few days for a sumptuous meal. Based on his experience, no matter how rare a wild beast's meat was, it was still inferior to a spirit beast's meat. One must know that spirit beasts were equivalent to cultivators among wild beasts. Even the weakest and lowest ranked spirit beasts were existences of the essence of the world's spirit energy. Not only was their meat far more delicious than that of ordinary beasts, but it also contained spiritual energy. More importantly, it contained spiritual energy. Even for cultivators, it was a rare nourishing item. Its effects could not be said to be comparable to medicinal pills, but it was not too far off. Before Meng Tong came to the Welcome Pavilion, he had taken many spirit beasts in the deep mountains and forests of the northern island as a sumptuous meal. Of course, they were all relatively weak yellow rank or even no rank spirit beasts. Firstly, it wouldn't be too difficult to capture them. Secondly, it wouldn't cause too much of a commotion to attract other people's attention. This was the most important point. The heaven stage island was different from the secular world. In the secular world, as long as one had the strength, he could hunt spirit beasts however he wanted. However, in the heaven stage island, even if he hunted a weak spirit beast, once this matter was exposed, it would cause great trouble. There was no other reason. On the heaven stage island, spirit beasts were cultivators like humans. They could even transform into human form after becoming strong enough. In the pursuit of the heavenly way, everyone was on equal footing with each other. The south island of the Heaven Stage Island was known as the Spirit Beast Island. The powerful Spirit Beast clan gathered on the island. Its power and strength were not inferior to any human sect. The declaration issued by the Spirit Beast clan clearly stated that if anyone dared to hunt spirit beasts on the Heaven Stage Island, they would be regarded as the enemy of the entire Spirit Beast clan. They would not rest until they were dead. With the unremitting efforts of the Spirit Beast clan, this declaration was recognized by several top sects on the Middle Island. In this way, not only the spirit beasts on the South Island of the Heaven Stage Island, but the lives of the spirit beasts distributed on other islands were also guaranteed to a certain extent. However, the real sphere of influence of the Spirit Beast clan was ultimately limited to the South Island of the Heaven Stage Island. Although human experts from other places would have some taboos in public, they might not really take this declaration seriously in private. Just like a cultivator like Meng Tong who was used to having a sumptuous meal, he would never indiscriminately kill any spirit beasts in front of others. However, in private, the number of weak spirit beasts that had been eaten by him was at least 80, if not 100. In any case, as long as no one found out and reported him, it was fine. He had eaten everything clean without anyone knowing. I wonder what kind of spirit beast it is. Meng Tong's eyes lit up. He immediately turned his head and began to search for the shadow that he had seen just now. It had been more than 20 days since he had arrived at the Welcome Pavilion. Due to the surrounding environment, he had not been able to eat even a mouthful of meat. After holding back for so many days, his mouth had long become bland. At this time, a spirit beast had taken the initiative to deliver itself to him. How could he let it go? Both the inside and outside of the Spirit Jade Hall were heavily guarded. However, the corridor before the entrance to the mining area was not guarded at all. This was convenient for Meng Tong. After all, if there were guards everywhere, it would not be good for him to brazenly capture the spirit beast. Otherwise, he would be regarded as a suspicious person and arrested. However, Meng Tong searched around the corridor, but he could not find the shadow of the spirit beast just now. When he finally decided to give up and return to the mining area resentfully, he found the black and white figure in front of the door again. Circle Bear. Looking at the young figure in front of him that wanted to sneak into the door, Meng Tong's eyes suddenly widened. When it stood upright, it was not even half a person's height. It had a round head and a plump body. Its whole body was covered with milky white fur. Only the eyes, ears, and the circle of fur on its chest were dark. This was clearly a circle bear cub. Chapter 3650. However, it was a natural spiritual beast, and its lifespan was much longer than that of humans. Thus, it was still in its infancy. If it was an adult bear, even a heaven rank full circle like Meng Tong would have to take a detour. However, this cub in front of him was at most a golden rank middle phase. Ordinary people might not be able to do anything to it, but if Meng Tong wanted to catch it, it would be a piece of cake. However, the scene that happened next caused Meng Tong's jaw to drop. The cub seemed to be trying to sneak into the mining area. Unfortunately, the large metal door in front of it was too heavy. No matter how it scratched and pushed, it wouldn't budge at all. On the contrary, Dai Wucheng, who was dozing off on a nearby table, seemed to be woken up by the cub's scratching. What's with the noise? Dai Wucheng cursed in his sleep. The bear cub was scared out of its wits. It turned around and ran to the side, but it didn't even take 2 steps before it saw Meng Tong waiting there. It was so scared that it hurriedly turned around again. In its panic, it hit its head on a stone pillar and fainted. Fuck, there's such a stupid bear, it really came without any effort. Meng Tong was delighted. Wasn't this the old saying of waiting by a tree stump for a rabbit to come to it? Today was really a lucky day, he was destined to have a good meal. While no one was paying attention, Meng Tong immediately carried the unconscious cub on his shoulder, turned around and went into Meng Juiguang's private workshop not far away. Like other caves, private workshops in Jade's Spirit Hall also had a forbidden spell. However, Meng Jueguang wanted to make it convenient for Meng Tong to run errands for him. He specially taught Meng Tong the method of entering and exiting this place. The reason why Meng Tong carried the cup here was because he had considered it. After all, the Spirit Jade Hall was heavily guarded inside and out. If he were to go out carrying the hoop bear, then this matter would not be clear. Not only would he not be able to eat the spiritual beast meat that was delivered to his mouth today, he might even be punished. But in Meng Jueguang's private workshop, there was no problem. Although it belonged to Jade's Spirit Hall, it was still Meng Jueguang's personal space. Under normal circumstances, only Meng Jueguang could enter and exit this place. In front of others, Meng Tong might not have the guts to eat the spiritual beast meat, but Meng Jueguang was different. Not only was he backing him, but the two of them had a history of having a sumptuous meal together, so he could rest assured. When Meng Tong carried the cub in, Meng Jueguang wasn't there, so Meng Jueguang was happy to eat alone. He immediately threw the cub on the ground and began to busy himself. Although practitioners of Heaven Stage and above usually abstained from eating, Jade Spirit Hall's private workshop was very user-friendly. Not only was there all kinds of washing facilities, there was even a special place to start a fire. This was obviously to satisfy some people's cravings. Of course, the original intention of this setting was definitely not for people to roast spiritual beasts. This made things convenient for Meng Tong. He couldn't wait to boil the hot water, he couldn't wait to remove the fur of the cub. But looking at the round body on the ground, especially the pair of furry bare paws, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This was a spiritual beast that could only be encountered by chance. Although Meng Tong had a lot of sumptuous meals in the past. However, this was the first time a bear was being held in a pen, especially when it was a cub. After all, the number of individual cub was very small. It was an extremely rare spiritual beast. Secondly, even if one was lucky enough to encounter one deep in the mountains, it would definitely be an adult cub and not a lone cub. And if it was an adult cub, don't talk about having a good meal. With Meng Tong's meager strength, it would be more like a sumptuous meal. Just as Meng Tong was busy boiling the water, the bear cub that he had knocked unconscious earlier finally woke up. Woo woo! Its round head turned around, and when it saw Meng Tong, who was extremely busy, the cub seemed to realize that the situation was not good. Taking advantage of the fact that Meng Tong wasn't paying attention to it, it tactfully snuck towards the door. When it was about to reach the door, it abruptly sped up and scurried out. Unfortunately, it didn't know that there was a forbidden spell at the door. With a bang, it bounced back. Oh! You stupid cub, you actually want to escape from this daddy's palms. When Meng Tong heard the sound, he was shocked. Only then did he notice that this little fellow had woken up on its own. Woo 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 woo. The cub stood up straight and gritted its teeth at Meng Tong, pretending to be fierce. But while it pretended to be fierce, its two short legs kept moving backwards. Meng Tong was amused. He crossed his arms and looked at it calmly. This little bastard actually knew how to play tricks. There really were all kinds of birds in a big forest. As expected, when the cub saw that Meng Tong was unmoved, it quietly approached the door again and suddenly turned around to rush out. However, before it could hit the forbidden spell again, Meng Tong's big foot had already landed on its chest. With one kick, it was sent flying for 30 feet and smashed into the wall on the other side of the room. Pada! The little fellow collapsed on the ground. There was a clear footprint on its chest. Although it didn't die from the kick, it was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. It was no longer as lively as before. No matter what, Meng Tong was a Heaven Stage full circle expert. Even if he didn't use his full strength, it wasn't something a cub could withstand. TSK. You want to fight with me, Meng Tong, with this little bit of intelligence? You really don't know how to write the word death. Meng Tong cursed. At this moment, the water was boiling. He immediately picked up the cub from the ground and prepared to kill it before throwing it into the boiling water to remove its fur. However, just as he was about to make his move, Meng Juiguang's surprised voice came from behind. "What are you doing?" "Ninth cousin brother, you're back." Meng Tong hurriedly turned around and presented the cub to Meng Juiguang like he was presenting a treasure. He said excitedly, "Ninth cousin brother, what do you think this is?" Meng Juiguang looked at the thing in Meng Tong's hand and felt that it looked familiar. He said, "That's right. This is a circle bear. Moreover, it's a rare cub. I just caught it at the entrance of the mining area. Today, we can have a feast." Meng Tong's face was full of joy. However, after hearing his words, Meng Juiguang's face turned pale. He pointed at Meng Tong and stammered, This was caught at the entrance of the mining area." Chapter 36:51. However, before he could finish his sentence, Meng Juiguang slapped him in the face and scolded, "You're the idiot. If you want to die, go ahead. Why did you come to my room? Do you know what kind of background this guy has? You even want to eat it. You really don't know how to write the word die. Ninth cousin brother, if you have something to say, don't hit me." Meng Tong was confused. He was chased around the room by Meng Juiguang and almost suffered internal injuries. After a while, looking at Meng Tong's miserable appearance, Meng Juiguang finally calmed down a little. He looked at the curly bear cub lying on the ground and scolded, "Luckily I came back in time. Otherwise, if this little thing was really killed by you, both of our corpses would be left in the wilderness. Neither of us would have a good death." "You're exaggerating, right? Isn't it just a curly bear cub?" Meng Tong looked at Meng Juiguang with a bitter expression. "Just a curly bear cub?" Meng Juiguang suddenly exploded in anger and said, "Sooner or later, I will die because of you, idiot. Do you know who its owner is? Its owner is called Shengguan Laner." "Shengguan Laner? Who is that?" Meng Tong was still confused. Meng Juiguang looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He sighed with lingering fear and said, "You don't know Shengguan Laner, but you should know her grandfather, Shengguan Tianhua. The pavilion master of Chongtian Pavilion, Shengguan Tianhua." Meng Tong was so scared that he wet his pants. Unlike ordinary grassroots rookies like Lin Yi, Meng Tong had a close relationship with Meng Juiguang. He had heard Meng Juiguang mention the names of these upper-class people, and this Soaring Sky Pavilion's pavilion master was Shanghai Tianhua. He was one of the top 3 big shots in the whole North Island. This thing is Tianhua's granddaughter's pet. After figuring this out, Meng Tong immediately felt that his life was bleak. His life was about to come to an end. He even wanted to eat the spirit pet of the granddaughter of the Soaring Sky Pavilion's pavilion master. Even if he was courting death, this was not the way to do it. What do you think? You fool, why don't you use your brain and think about it? If this thing didn't have this kind of background, if it wasn't for the guards turning a blind eye to it, would it be able to sneak into the Spirit Jade Hall with just this bit of strength? Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Meng Juiguang rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that this guy was his relative. Meng Juiguang even had the thought of arresting Meng Tong and surrendering himself to the authorities. Once this matter was known by Shengguan Laner, the beloved daughter of the Soaring Sky Pavilion's pavilion master, he wouldn't even know how he died. Then what should we do now?" Meng Tong stammered with a pale face. "Fortunately, this thing hasn't been killed by you. Didn't you just say that it fainted by itself? Then it shouldn't be injured. Let's throw it out and pretend that nothing happened." Meng Juiguang took a deep breath and said. As a result, Meng Tong buried his head even lower. He said weakly, "It wasn't injured at first, but it woke up halfway and wanted to escape. Then I kicked it, shit. Meng Juiguang was speechless. After checking the little guy's weak breath at the moment, he even wanted to kill Meng Tong. What kind of stupid teammate is this? Meng Juiguang did not give up and pressed on the curly bear cub's chest. As a result, the little guy started to foam at the mouth. He was shocked and became even angrier. Are you fucking crazy? Do you need to be so ruthless to deal with such a little thing? This can't be blamed on me. I didn't use much strength. It was just a light kick. Who knew that a spirit beast would be so weak? Meng Tong scratched his head innocently. In fact, his kick just now was quite heavy. He was afraid that this little thing would continue to make a noise and attract people outside. That would be a big trouble. In the end, with this kick, he was in even more trouble now. Looking at the clear footprint on the curly bear cub's chest, even Meng Tong couldn't help but panic. He rolled his eyes and hurriedly said, "Why don't we just throw it out? No one will know that I kicked it anyway." You're an idiot. You think that everyone is an idiot like you. Meng Juiguang scolded him and said with contempt, "After people find this footprint, won't they find someone to compare it with? Let me tell you, with Miss Shangwan's personality, even if she turns the whole Spirit Jade Hall upside down, she will definitely find the murderer who killed her spirit pet. At that time, just wait to die. Then what should we do?" Meng Tong was frightened by this and wanted to cry. He was at a loss and said, "Why don't we secretly throw it out? No one can find it in the wilderness, right? Originally, it would be a more reliable way to eat this little thing directly according to the original idea. After all, they could not see the bear alive or the corpse. Even if people wanted to check, they might not be able to find Meng Tong. But now that he knew the terrifying background of this little thing, how could Meng Tong dare to have such a rebellious idea? Not to mention eating it, at this time, even looking at it made him feel frightened. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to throw it as far away as possible. It would be best to throw it thousands of miles away and never see it again in this life. Meng Juiguang looked at him with a hopeless look. "Throw it in the wilderness. Do you think you can escape like this? Miss Shangwan can mobilize hundreds and thousands of experts with a casual word. Even searching the entire Heaven Stage Island's North Island is easy. Moreover, how do you know that she doesn't have a special way to find spirit pets? Then what should we do? The footprint on its chest can't be removed in a short time. We can't frame others. Cousin Joe, you can't just watch it die," Meng Tong said with a sad face. He was really scared this time. If he could escape this disaster, it was estimated that it would leave a psychological shadow for the rest of his life, and he would never dare to eat spirit beasts again. Frame others. Meng Juiguang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He patted his thigh and said, "This is a way. Can this work?" Meng Tong said doubtfully, "Cousin Joe, the shoes on my feet are uniformly issued by Inkson Pavilion. People just need to compare the shoe print and they will know that it was done by a newcomer in Inkson Pavilion. At that time, they will call all the newcomers out to compare. Isn't it still impossible to escape?" Chapter 3652. First Impression. How do we create a false impression of first impression? Meng Tong still didn't understand. You're so stupid. Anyway, this little thing is already dying. Maybe he will die at any time. We just need to throw him into someone's cave house. When Miss Shangwan comes out to find him, we can lead the way for her. Then, we will be caught red-handed. Isn't that the truth? Meng Juiguang smiled proudly. Yes. Ninth cousin is brilliant. When Meng Tong heard that there was such a way to save himself, he suddenly became spirited again. But then he frowned and said, "Who should we frame?" Meng Juiguang snorted and said, "Isn't it already made? Let me ask you, who do you usually hate the most?" Of course, Lin Yi. Meng Tong suddenly realized and clapped his hands excitedly. Right. This kid's height is about the same as mine. His shoe size shouldn't be much different from mine. Moreover, he is mining at this time and not in the cave house. He is simply born to be our scapegoat. If everything goes well this time, not only can we get rid of the suspicion, but we can also kill this blind kid in one step. I want to see how this kid will face the anger of Miss Shangwan. Meng Juiguang said with a ruthless face. Hee hee. Miss Shangwan's background is much more powerful than Master Su. This time, Lin Yi is definitely dead. Meng Tong heaved a sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, "Ninth cousin brother, you're smart enough. Otherwise, I would be the one to die this time." Being able to turn a crisis into an opportunity, this is called real wisdom. Learn more in the future, kid. Meng Juiguang raised his chin proudly. That's a must. I won't be able to learn all the things that ninth cousin has learned in this lifetime. Meng Tong hastily flattered Meng Juiguang in exchange for a burst of complacent laughter. There was no time to lose. The two of them immediately found a black bag that was usually used to store spiritual jades and put the curly bear cub into it. Then, they specially found a basket with a lid and carried it on their backs. Because the curly bear cub's size was not big, and it was on the verge of death and unable to move, others simply could not see any clues from the outside. In addition, Meng Juiguang was familiar with the people of Spirit Jade Hall, so the numerous guards did not have the slightest suspicion, and the two of them very smoothly brought the curly bear cub out. He left the Jade Spirit Hall. The two of them headed straight for Lin Yi's abode. Taking advantage of Lin Yi's absence, Meng Juiguang asked Meng Tong to stand guard while he broke the forbidden spell of Lin Yi's cave abode. He carried the curly bear cub out and put it inside. Then, he repaired the forbidden spell of the cave abode to its original state. Because most of the newcomers of Blue Cloud Pavilion were mining in the mining area, the only two who did not go mining were Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. Because he had obtained a lot of spiritual jade some time ago, he was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation and did not notice anything that happened outside. After finishing these things, Meng Juiguang and Meng Tong returned to Spirit Jade Hall, but they did not enter the mining area. Instead, they deliberately stood guard at the entrance of the mining area. They were waiting for Shangwan Laner to find them. According to Meng Juiguang's past experience, this curly bear cub did not slip out for more than a day, and its owner, Shangwan Laner, would definitely find them. In fact, any old person who had been in Spirit Jade Hall for some years would know this curly bear cub. It was not the first time it came to Spirit Jade Hall. Due to the abundance of spiritual energy in the mining area, it was quite attractive to spiritual beasts. Especially since the curly bear was a rare spiritual beast that could feed on spiritual jades, the mining area and warehouse of Spirit Jade Hall was a fatal temptation to it. Therefore, in recent years, this curly bear cub would find an opportunity to sneak over a few times every year. Out of respect for its master, Shangwan Lan, everyone in the Spirit Jade Hall would turn a blind eye to it. Even if it was caught red-handed, it would only be dismissed with a smile. However, no one would have thought that this year, it would meet Meng Tong, the foodie. It was simply fated to have this calamity. However, perhaps it was because she had long been accustomed to the behavior of her spiritual pet, Shangwan Laner, who had always been very anxious about the whereabouts of the curly bear in the past years, did not appear this time. Meng Juiguang and Meng Tong waited with anticipation until the mining area was closed, but they did not see the shadow of this Mississippi. The two did not see Shangwan Laner, but Lin Yi came first. However, Lin Yi was obviously not interested in talking to the two of them, and directly passed by them. Seeing that Lin Yi had gone far, Meng Juiguang pouted his lips at Meng Tong and whispered, "I will continue to wait here. You follow him and keep an eye on him. See what he will do after he returns and finds that little thing. If he wants to quietly throw it out in the dark, you call the others to catch him. The bigger the movement, the better." Okay, ninth cousin brother is really thoughtful. Meng Tong responded and hurriedly followed. According to the logic of a normal person, the first reaction after discovering that something was wrong would definitely be to secretly deal with it without anyone knowing, so as to avoid getting into trouble. Meng Juiguang's concern was still very reasonable. If Lin Yi really secretly threw the curly bear cub out, then all the previous efforts would be in vain. Maybe the trouble would be brought back to Meng Tong. If he couldn't let the miss think that Lin Yi was the culprit according to the plan, then things would be troublesome by then. Originally, with Meng Tong's strength and means, it was impossible for him to keep an eye on Lin Yi. Fortunately, his cave abode was next to Lin Yi's cave abode, so even if he deliberately followed Lin Yi all the way, Lin Yi did not suspect anything. When he entered his cave abode and saw the black and white little fellow on the ground, Lin Yi could not help but be a little stunned. What kind of spiritual beast is this? The curly bear was a spiritual beast that was born and raised on Heaven Stage Island. Because there were very few of them, even the local cultivators might not be able to recognize it. It was normal that Lin Yi, a cultivator from the secular world, did not recognize it. However, although he did not know what kind of spiritual beast it was, based on his intuition, Lin Yi knew that this little fellow was not a threat to him. Moreover, at this moment, it was exhaling more than it was inhaling, and looked like it was about to die. Not having the time to wonder why this little fellow would appear in his cave abode, Lin Yi did not have time to think too much. He walked over and helped it sit up. With his palm facing the pulse point on its chest, he began to circulate the art of dragon mastery and began to try to imbue it with vital energy. After all, it was a spiritual creature from the world. He could not just watch it die in front of him. Chapter 36:53. It seems to be effective. Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that his true qi would have no effect on it. Although he had used true qi to heal people and spirit beasts in the secular world, he didn't know if the native spirit beasts on this island had a special physique. But now it seemed that it was fine. He continued to instill true qi into the curly bear cub to heal its injuries. The little guy's complexion began to gradually improve. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, its eyes began to roll around. It had already regained its usual liveliness. It held its round head and looked at Lin Yi curiously. This little guy looked quite cute. It should be very popular among girls. Lin Yi looked at its appearance and laughed. Seeing that its spirit had recovered, it meant that its injuries were almost healed. Lin Yi immediately withdrew his hand from its body. Unexpectedly, when the little guy saw that Lin Yi had stopped instilling true qi into it, it immediately cried out anxiously. It hurriedly used its two chubby little paws to hold on to Lin Yi's hand. It insisted that Lin Yi continue to press on its chest and wouldn't let go no matter what. You want me to continue instilling true qi into you? Lin Yi suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Woo 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 woo. The little guy seemed to understand Lin Yi's words and nodded repeatedly. Lin Yi was not surprised by this. After all, the sky-bowl pig that was sleeping in the space of his jade pendant could not only understand human language, but it could also write and communicate with people. After all, it was a spirit beast. Its intelligence was much higher than that of ordinary beasts. Many of them were not below that of humans. Seeing that the little guy was holding on to his arm and wouldn't let go no matter what, Lin Yi could only helplessly let it have its way. It was not that this phenomenon was incomprehensible. It was probably that the little guy felt very comfortable when Lin Yi instilled true qi into its body. Little guy, how did you get in? Seeing that it was in good spirits, Lin Yi continued to instill true qi to coax it and asked. Woo woo. The girl, on the other hand, was confused. She held her head in her hands for a while before shaking her head at Lin Yi. You don't even know. Lin Yi was stunned, but when he thought about how it looked like it was on the verge of death, he understood. Even if it was awake in that state, it would be very numb to what was happening in the outside world. Lin Yi then asked, "Then who kicked the footprint on your chest?" He had noticed this shoe print from the very beginning. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have noticed it from the start. This kick should be the cause of the little guy's serious injury. And from the special shoe print on the little guy's chest, with a little comparison, it could be inferred that the culprit who kicked the little guy should be the newcomer from the Welcome Pavilion. And the key point was that the shoe's size seemed to be about the same as his. In addition, the forbidden spell of Ming Ming's Immortal's Cave was still in effect, but this little guy had inexplicably appeared in his Immortal's Cave. If Lin Yi still couldn't deduce that someone was deliberately setting him up, then he would be too slow. Woo-woo. The little guy thought for a moment, let go of Lin Yi's hand, ran to the side and gnashed its teeth fiercely, then jumped to the opposite side and imitated the way Meng Tong had kicked it. Then it jumped back to its original position, retreated all the way to the bottom of the wall, and then fell to the ground. Ah! Lin Yi was suddenly speechless. This little guy made a very realistic scene, but the problem was. Even so, he still didn't know who kicked it. Then, can you write? Lin Yi asked with the last glimmer of hope. If this little guy could write like the Sky Thunder Pig, it should be able to answer his doubts. Woo 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 woo. The little guy immediately shook its head like a rattle drum. At first, its owner, Shanghai Laner, wanted it to learn, but unfortunately, it refused. At this age, it could not wait to play. How could it waste time learning to write? All right. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly and gave up the idea of asking the culprit from its mouth. But even so, he could basically deduce that this matter was most likely related to Meng Juiguang. The reason was very simple. In the entire welcoming pavilion, the person who had the ability to break the forbidden spell of Ming Ming's cave and restore it to its original state must at least be at the level of a steward. The steward of the other two pavilions had no grievances with Lin Yi, so the most suspicious target could only be Meng Juiguang. But what Lin Yi still didn't understand was, what was the use of spending so much effort to throw this seriously injured little guy into his Immortal's Cave? Could it be that the owner of this little guy was very powerful, and after framing him, he would be faced with a disaster? And just as Lin Yi was coaxing the little guy, Meng Juiguang, who had been waiting in the Spirit Jade Hall for a long time, finally came Shanghai Laner, the granddaughter of the legendary Soaring Pavilion Master, who was like a little princess in the entire North Island of Heaven Stage Island. The young girl's face was as beautiful as a painting, delicate and flawless. She wore a white dress, which made her temperament even more fresh and refined, like a fairy wandering in the world. Every frown and smile could move people's heartstrings, and in this pure beauty, there was a trace of a rare young girl's naivety. This was the little princess of the North Island, Shengguan Laner. In front of outsiders, the impression that Shengguan Laner gave people had always been pure and obedient, but those who were familiar with her knew that this was just a facade. If this girl was really anxious, she would also bare her teeth. If it was in the past, no matter where Shengguan Laner went, she would inevitably be surrounded by people, like the moon surrounded by stars. But this time, she came to the Spirit Jade Hall alone. The reason was naturally that her spirit pet often came to the Spirit Jade Hall to steal and eat the Spirit Jade. It was not very good to hear if it was spread out. Even if she did not consider for herself, at least she had to consider the image of her grandfather, Shanghai Tianhua. According to past experience, even if the curly bear cub slipped into such a large mining area, after all, there were so many guards watching from the front and back. Shanghai Laner could find it by asking around, so she was not worried. But this time was different. Many guards outside said that they saw the curly bear cub sneak in, but the problem was that none of the guards stationed in the mining area had seen it. This was strange. The people outside saw it, but the people inside did not see it. And they searched the corridors in the middle of the Spirit Jade Hall, but they could not find the little guy's figure. It couldn't have disappeared from the world, could it? Shengguan Laner was really anxious this time. This was the spirit pet that had accompanied her for more than 10 years. It was almost with her from birth. When they were happy, they laughed together. When they were sad, they grieved together. The bond between her and the curly bear cub was simply impossible for ordinary people to understand. Chapter 36:54. The girls around her were all fawning on her, and the boys were all pursuing her, making it impossible for her to have a particularly good friend. So this curly bear became the only one she could talk to when she was lonely. She couldn't imagine what kind of state and feeling she would be after losing this little fellow in her life. In desperation, Shangguan Lan'er was even ready to find the hall master of Spirit Jade Hall and mobilize everyone to turn the entire Spirit Jade Hall upside down. She must find the little fellow. And at this moment, Meng Juiguang, who had long been looking for an opportunity, came behind her in a timely manner. "Miss Shangguan, I'm Meng Juiguang, the steward of Welcome Pavilion. I saw a little curly bear here during the day, but I wasn't sure if it was your spiritual pet, so I didn't pay much attention to it." Meng Juiguang reported obediently. "What? You saw Little White?" Shanghai Laner noticed Meng Juiguang and quickly asked, "Where did you see it? Where did it go?" Meng Juiguang pretended to recall for a while before saying, "It seemed to want to slip into the mining area at that time, but it was discovered by a new disciple before it entered the gate. That new disciple kicked it without saying anything and put it into a bag and took it away, saying that he wanted to take it back to the cave residence to roast it or something, roast it to eat." When Shanghai Laner heard this, she was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale and she almost fainted. After a long while, she caught her breath and gritted her teeth and said, "What's the name of that new disciple? Why didn't you stop him?" "Miss Shangguan, please calm down. That new disciple is called Lin Yi. He's a new rogue cultivator from the secular cultivation world and has no quality. He has always been arrogant and unruly. I couldn't persuade him at that time, but because of the sect rules, I couldn't do anything to him, so I could only let him go." Meng Juiguang pretended to be indignant and said, "If I knew it was Miss Spiritual Pet, even if I had to risk being punished by the sect, I would definitely save the little curly bear." "Lin Yi? Where is he now? Hurry up and bring me there. If Little White loses even half a strand of its hair, this lady will fight him to the death." Shangguan Laner changed from her usual pure and innocent image of a young girl and fiercely bared her teeth. "All right. This one will lead the way for eldest Mississippi." Meng Juiguang couldn't help but snicker in his heart. A little girl would be a little girl. Just a little provocation and she would immediately fall for it. Meng Juiguang led Shanghai Laner straight to Lin Yi's immortal cave. Meng Tong, who had been squatting at the door and staring at Lin Yi, saw the two of them and hurriedly came up to greet them. "Eldest Miss, this is the new disciple, Meng Tong. He witnessed what happened during the day with his own eyes. I asked him to come back in advance to keep an eye on Lin Yi because I was afraid that Lin Yi would really roast the little curly bear and eat it. After all, the quality of the loose cultivators in the secular world of cultivation cannot be guaranteed." Meng Juiguang introduced Meng Tong and pretended to sigh. Shangguan Laner was not in the mood to listen to his sigh. She hurriedly asked Meng Tong, "Is that Lin Yi in the Immortal's cave? How's my Xiao Bai? Are you hurt?" Meng Tong glanced at Meng Juiguang. Then he said, replying to eldest Miss, "Lin Yi has been staying in the cave since he came back. But as for what happened inside, I can't guarantee. Maybe he has already started eating." "Aw." Shangguan Laner was frightened by his words. She hurriedly pointed at Meng Juiguang and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and break the door for me." "Yes." After receiving the order, Meng Juiguang raised his hand and directly broke the forbidden spell of Lin Yi's Immortal's cave. He broke the curse of Lin Yi's cave directly. With his strength at the peak of the early stage of foundation building, this was naturally a piece of cake. "Xiao Bai! Xiao Bai!" Shangguan Laner hurriedly rushed in. Meng Juiguang and Meng Tong smiled at each other with a successful plot and followed in. Things had developed to this point. In their opinion, Lin Yi was already dead this time. What a big sin it was to kill Shangguan Laner's pet with intelligence. Not to mention this welcome pavilion, even in the whole Heaven Stage Island's North Island, he would not have a foothold at all. Maybe they would tie him up and directly hand him over to the spirit beasts on the South Island, making him pay with his life. However, when they saw the scene inside the cave, Meng Juiguang and Meng Tong were instantly shocked. Woo! Woo! That little curly bear, who was supposed to be on the verge of death, was hanging on Lin Yi's body, alive and kicking. It didn't look like it was injured at all, and it looked like it was having fun with Lin Yi. What was going on? Xiao Bai, are you okay? Shangguan Laner, who had been so scared by Meng Juiguang that she did not dare to open her eyes, finally reacted at this time. The joy on the girl's face could not be concealed, and her hanging heart suddenly fell to the ground. Woo! Seeing Shangguan Laner, little curly bear immediately jumped down from Lin Yi and climbed onto Shangguan Laner's back with his short legs. His movements were extremely agile. How did he look like he was about to die from an injury? Behind them, Meng Juiguang and Meng Tong could not help but look at each other, and Meng Tong even exclaimed in disbelief, "What the heck? How is it possible? It looked like it was seriously injured and was about to die. I didn't know what I did." Hey! Meng Juiguang hurriedly covered his mouth, and Shangguan Laner turned her head and looked at him suspiciously. "What did you say?" Meng Tong wanted to cut off his own tongue at this time. What kind of mouth was this? Could this kind of thing be blurted out casually? That could cost someone's life. Fortunately, Meng Juiguang was quick-witted. Seeing that the situation was not good, he hurriedly responded, "Yes. We saw the situation with our own eyes at that time. How can we not know? Is that so?" Shangguan Laner looked at the two suspiciously, but she did not take it to heart. At this moment, the most important thing for her was that the small coiled bear was fine. Phew! Only then did Meng Juiguang let out a sigh of relief. He fiercely glared at Meng Tong. Fortunately, this young miss was easy to fool. Otherwise, if the matter was really revealed, even he would be out of luck. As for Meng Tong, he was almost paralyzed on the ground at this time. He covered his mouth tightly and did not dare to make a sound. Shangguan Laner was worried as she picked up the small coiled bear and checked it up and down. Although the little guy was alive and kicking, the big footprint on its chest was still very clear. Thinking of what Meng Juiguang and Meng Tong said before, Shangguan Laner couldn't help but stare at Lin Yi angrily. "Hey! Xiao Bai's chest, did you kick it?" "No, when I saw it, there was already this footprint on its body." Lin Yi shook his head and denied. Chapter 3655. However, there was a bit of inherent nobility and delicacy in her gestures. It could be seen that her background must be extremely deep. It was unknown which big shot she was the apple of his eye. However, seeing this young lady reminded Lin Yi of something that had always puzzled him. Since coming to the North Island of the Heaven Stage Island, the ratio of men and women seemed to be seriously unbalanced. Especially in the Welcome Pavilion, he did not see any female newcomers at all. What he didn't know was that the female cultivators on the Heaven Stage Island were usually concentrated on the West Island. Not only the local newcomers would go to the West Island, but also the women who were transmitted from the secular world would be directly transmitted to the West Island. "It's really not you." Shanghai Laner looked suspicious. Under the complaints of Meng Juiguang and Little White, she had already preconceived that this Lin Yi was definitely not a good person, and that he was plotting against Little White. Did this chick have any brains? Lin Yi rolled his eyes speechlessly. He casually reached out and called the little curly bear. The little guy immediately let go of Shanghai Laner and ran back to him. His behavior was so intimate that even Shanghai Laner, the owner, was a little jealous. Young lady, you should be very clear about the intelligence of your pet spirit beast. If I really kicked it, do you think it would still be so close to me? Lin Yi glanced at Shanghai Laner and said. This. Shangguan Laner was at a loss. Although her little curly bear had always been silly, at least it could still distinguish between good and bad. It could clearly distinguish who was good to it and who was bad to it. It should be known that her grandfather, Shanghai Tianhua, just reprimanded it, and this little guy had been holding a grudge for a long time. It refused to be close to Shanghai Tianhua no matter what. While Shanghai Laner was choking, Lin Yi originally wanted the little curly bear to identify the murderer himself. After all, according to his original speculation, the culprit who kicked him was most likely either Meng Juiguang or Meng Tong. Unfortunately, ever since the two of them came in, although the little curly bear ignored them, it did not show any obvious hostility. This made Lin Yi a little uncertain. Could it have nothing to do with these two? What Lin Yi didn't expect was that before the little curly bear fell into Meng Tong's hands, he had already knocked himself unconscious. Then, he woke up in a daze and wanted to escape, but he was directly kicked by Meng Tong. After that, he was in a dazed state, so he didn't recognize Meng Tong at all. At this time, he naturally wouldn't show any hostility. Then why is Little White here? What are you trying to do? Shangguan Laner saw that the little curly bear was so close to Lin Yi, and she couldn't help but get angry. What kind of soup had this little guy been fed? How could he be so close to a stranger? Lin Yi glanced at Meng Juiguang and knew that if the little curly bear couldn't testify himself, it was useless to talk about it. After all, this chick clearly stood on the opposite side of him. He didn't know what the other party's background was. If he continued to talk about it, there might be some trouble. He thought it through. Lin Yi simply said, I just happened to see it, so I played with it for a while. I didn't have any intention at all. Since it is your spirit beast, you can take it away. Humph. At least you know what's good for you. Shangguan Laner snorted. She already knew that she had wronged Lin Yi. She was a little embarrassed, but she still said proudly, seeing that you took care of Little White, I won't hold you responsible for abducting Little White. I'm leaving. With that said, Shangguan Laner called the little curly bear and wanted to leave, but unexpectedly, the little guy refused to get off Lin Yi. Even when Shangguan Laner reached out to hug it, it didn't care. Its 4 short legs were tightly lying on Lin Yi. Shangguan Laner was suddenly angry. Hey! You traitorous Little White, I'm so good to you, but you don't want to go with me. Do you want to live with this stranger? Woo-woo. The little curly bear looked at Shangguan Laner pitifully, and then looked at Lin Yi. Under Shangguan Laner's angry stare, it finally let go of Lin Yi reluctantly. That's a good boy. Shangguan Laner's anger turned into joy, and she walked out with the reluctant little curly bear in her arms. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. The little curly bear lay on Shangguan Laner's shoulder and desperately stretched out its 2 little paws to call Lin Yi. Lin Yi was confused, but the owner, Shangguan Laner, understood the little guy's meaning. She gave it a knock and said, You still want him to come and play with us? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Let a strange male disciple come and play with me. If Grandpa finds out, he will put me in confinement. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. The little curly bear was still crying. Shangguan Laner had no choice but to deal with it. Okay, then I'll try to find opportunities to come here to play in the future, okay? Woo-woo. The little curly bear finally stopped, and waved its paws at Lin Yi reluctantly. Lin Yi smiled. The little guy was quite clingy, after all. His master was a little tsundere in comparison, but he wasn't a bad person. Who knew what would have happened if he'd been unreasonable and unruly? Carrying the little guy out of Lin Yi's cave house, Shangguan Laner glanced at Meng Juiguang and Lin Yi, who were following behind her, and said angrily, "Why are you two still following me? It's all your nonsense that made me so embarrassed." "Miss, please calm down. Maybe we were careless at that time." Meng Juiguang quickly apologized in fear and trepidation. Meng Tong simply shrank behind him and didn't dare to let the little curly bear see him. Just now when he saw the lively little curly bear on Lin Yi, he was almost scared out of his wits. If the little curly bear hated him and showed it in front of this miss, then wouldn't he be finished? But fortunately, the little curly bear didn't seem to have any impression of him, which made Meng Tong feel relieved, but he still didn't dare to be seen by the little guy. If he attracted its attention and was recognized by it, what should he do? "Next time you can't see clearly, I will poke your eyes blind." "Who asked you to open your eyes and be blind? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Shangguan Laner snorted with dissatisfaction, but the little girl didn't have any schemes. She didn't see that Meng Juiguang and Lin Yi were setting a trap for Lin Yi. She just reprimanded them casually, and didn't really do anything to them. Chapter 3656. When Shanghai Laner heard that, she felt that it was true. She immediately nodded and said, "Although what you two said is unreliable, I won't blame you for helping me find Little White. Thank you, eldest miss, for your forgiveness." Meng Juiguang and the other man nodded hurriedly. "Okay, you two can go back. I'm leaving." Shanghai Laner immediately carried the small curly bear and left in a hurry. Her Shangguan family's rules were very strict. Now that the sky was dark, if she stayed outside for too long and was discovered by her family, she would be reprimanded again. Meng Juiguang and the other man watched Shanghai Laner walk away, then they looked at each other and fell to the ground like a deflated ball. The scene just now really scared the hell out of them. If it weren't for Meng Juiguang's quick reaction just now and the fact that Shanghai Laner, the eldest miss, was easy to bluff, they might have been dug out today. If that happened, they wouldn't even know how they died. "Ninth cousin brother, that curly bear was kicked half to death by me. Why is it still alive and kicking when it is in Lin Yi's cave house?" Meng Tong was still scared, and he was puzzled. "I also find it strange. Could it be that Lin Yi can heal it? That doesn't make sense. Even if he has good healing medicine, it's impossible for it to be effective on this kind of spirit beast, right?" Meng Juiguang was also confused. Maybe this curly bear has a special physique and has the ability to heal itself? Meng Tong patted his head and said, "That's possible. After all, spirit beasts like the curly bear are very rare. We don't know what kind of natural abilities it has." Meng Juiguang nodded thoughtfully. Compared to the ridiculous thing that Lin Yi could heal spirit beasts, it was obviously more reasonable that the curly bear had the natural ability to heal itself. After all, ordinary people would never think that Lin Yi's cultivation method was so special that he could actually use qi to heal people, even spirit beasts. Meng Juiguang sighed regretfully and said, "This time, Lin Yi got lucky. Otherwise, if this curly bear died in his cave house, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Then he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Eldest Miss Shangguan would definitely kill him. What a pity, it's all for nothing. Even if he escapes this time, with our ninth cousin's schemes, isn't it a piece of cake to kill him?" Meng Tong flattered and then said, "Tomorrow, on the 25th, is the day of the newcomer's trial. I don't know anything, so I'm not sure. I'm afraid that I'll accidentally lose to Lin Yi. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for ninth cousin? So, ninth cousin, you have to give me some advice in advance." On the 25th of the first month, all newcomers would participate in the newcomer's trial. The purpose was to rush for the newcomers with potential to find a breakthrough in actual combat before the first newcomer ranking competition, so that they could quickly enter the Foundation establishment realm and stand out from the crowd. Then, they would become the focus of the 3 pavilions in the future. However, although everyone knew that the newcomers' trial would begin tomorrow, However, he had no idea what kind of trial it was, what kind of rules it had, or what kind of loopholes there were. Everyone only knew everything would be announced before the trial began tomorrow morning. Meng Juiguang laughed. "You're quite impatient, kid. Don't worry, although it wasn't announced in advance, the content of the newcomer's trial is more or less the same. However, the content of every newbie trial is more or less the same. I've already prepared a cheating device for you, ensuring that you'll be able to surpass everyone else. Getting first place will definitely be a matter of minutes." Cheating device. Ninth cousin, you're practically my second parent. Meng Tong's eyes suddenly lit up. You're not good at other things, but you're pretty good at flattering. Meng Juiguang snorted, but he couldn't hide the pride between his eyebrows. He paused and said, "Also, before tomorrow morning's trial, call the other newcomers over. I have something to instruct them. How can we let go of such a great opportunity to mess with people like Lin Yi?" "Okay." Meng Tong nodded repeatedly. He was happy to see them ganging up against Lin Yi. Early the next morning, under the organization of their senior brothers in charge, the newcomers of the 3 pavilions gathered in the main hall of the Welcome Pavilion. However, they didn't announce the rules of the trial here. Instead, under the leadership of the pavilion master, Hu Yunfeng, all the newcomers headed for the trial site in the back mountain. The so-called back mountain was not the back mountain of the Welcome Pavilion, but the back mountain of the 3 pavilions. In front of the vast primeval forest of tens of thousands of acres, the Welcome Pavilion, which occupied less than 100 acres of land, seemed insignificant and not worth mentioning. In the eyes of all the North Island cultivators, the back mountain was synonymous with heaven and earth treasures. If all the heaven and earth treasures in the North Island were divided into 10 bins, then the back mountain occupied 8 bins. Therefore, even knowing that it was full of danger, the cultivators still flocked to the back mountain. However, not everyone could enter the back mountain. The 3 pavilions clearly stipulated that the back mountain was a forbidden area in the North Island. Without the permission of the Elders' Union, no one was allowed to step into the back mountain. Violators would be killed without mercy. Out of the importance of the newcomers, the Elders' Union allowed the Welcome Pavilion to place the trial site for newcomers in the back mountain. Of course, this access was also limited. The newcomers could only move around in the periphery of the back mountain. As for the inner circle or the more central area of the back mountain, they couldn't enter. There was no need to worry about someone taking advantage of this loophole, because no newcomer could take advantage of this loophole. The top powerhouses of the 3 pavilions had set up layers of restrictions in the back mountain. The outer circle was 1 layer, the inner circle was another layer, and the central area had several layers. However, only the outer restrictions were opened for the newcomers' trial site. The layers of restrictions inside could not be broken at all. In fact, even if there was a 1 in a million miracle, and someone could break through the inner restrictions, there was no need to worry too much. Because not only would the elders in charge of guarding the back mountain notice it immediately, even if they left it alone, there would be no loss. It was true that the deeper one went into the back mountain, the more chances they had to encounter rare heaven and earth treasures. But don't forget, the benefits were always proportional to the risks. If one didn't have enough strength, even if someone took advantage of the loophole and slipped in, he would eventually become the food of those powerful spirit beasts. Naturally, there was no loss for the back mountain. Under the leadership of Pavilion Master Hu Yunfeng, the senior stewards of the 3 pavilions took their respective newcomers to the hall of the back mountain. Chapter 3657. Although the back mountain hall had its own group of personnel who were responsible for maintaining the restrictions and order of the back mountain, strictly speaking, it was still different from an independent department like the Welcome Pavilion. The biggest difference was that the back mountain hall had at least 3 elder-level experts stationed at all times. This meant that if someone intended to invade the back mountain, not only would they have to face the layers of restrictions, they would also have to be on guard against the siege of more than 3 elder-level experts. This was no trivial matter. This concerned the foundation and heritage of the entire 3 pavilions. The back mountain could not be lost, so it was reasonable for such a powerful lineup to be on guard. Under the surveillance of layers of guards, Hu Yunfeng led all the newcomers to the square of the back mountain hall, waiting for the instructions of the elders stationed there. As the trial site was in the back mountain, the newcomer trial was no longer a matter of the welcome pavilion itself, but also required the participation and coordination of the back mountain hall. Compared to Hu Yunfeng, the welcome pavilion master, it was clear that the elder stationed at the back mountain hall had more authority, so his words naturally carried more weight. The group of newcomers held their breath and looked in awe at the 3 open-air chairs in front of them, where the 3 elders were sitting. This time was different from the previous public guidance day. Although Su Yuanjing and the others were also elders, for them, the nature of coming to the welcome pavilion was basically equivalent to going down to the grassroots level. Therefore, they deliberately suppressed their auras in front of the newcomers. The newcomers would only feel that they had a high status, but not necessarily that they were that scary. But the 3 that the newcomers were facing now were elder-level experts who were in a state of battle at any time. They did not suppress their auras at all. Under the pressure of the 3 majestic and mighty auras. Although the newcomers had already advanced to the peak of the late stage of Heaven stage, they still found it extremely difficult to breathe at this moment. Their knees began to tremble uncontrollably, and the weaker ones even directly knelt down in front of everyone. In this month of cultivation, those newcomers who did not have the strength of Heaven stage great perfection had all broken through to the realm of great perfection because of the cave abode and the spirit jade. This was the difference between the Heaven stage island and the secular cultivation world. Spirit jade and cave abode, these were the best cultivation resources. These 3 people were so strong. As an early-stage foundation establishment expert, Lin Yi was not scared to the point of kneeling on the spot like the other newcomers. But at this moment, he was also facing great pressure. It had been almost a month since he came to Heaven Stage Island, but this was the first time he had seen such a powerful and undisguised expert. This was a terrifying existence that was far above him. From the bottom of his heart, Lin Yi finally felt the excitement that he hadn't felt for a long time. What followed was the desire to become stronger. The strength of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator was enough to sweep through the secular cultivation world. This made Lin Yi a little complacent. Even after arriving at the Heaven Stage Island, he still felt that everything was under his control due to the relatively gentle environment of the welcoming pavilion. There was no sense of crisis. But now, Lin Yi knew that he was wrong. He was so wrong. On this island, the early stage of foundation building was the most basic step, just like the golden class masters in the secular world. If they couldn't become stronger as soon as possible, they wouldn't be able to control their own fate. He could become an ant that could be crushed by others at any time. The rookies these days are getting weaker. The bald elder sitting in the middle of the 3 open-air chairs glanced at the rookies that were kneeling in fear. Although his voice wasn't loud, every word was like a heavy hammer that struck the depths of everyone's mind, causing them to unconsciously tremble. After a pause, the bald elder began to announce the rules of the trial. The rules were very simple. The rookies would be randomly placed in the periphery of the back mountain, and the most important trial task was to find herbs. The special basket in the back mountain hall would give points according to the value of the herbs. The final trial result would be ranked according to the points from high to low, and specific rewards would be given according to the ranking. This trial rule made Lin Yi think of the Ice Palace trial in the secular world. The two were quite similar, and could even be said to be exactly the same. Of course, although the rules were somewhat similar, the environment and competitors were very different from before, so they still couldn't be underestimated. However, there was one point in the rules that surprised all the new disciples. This time's training was not a competition between all the new disciples of the welcoming pavilion. Instead, it was a competition between the 3 pavilions' new disciples. Not only that, there were also clear boundaries for each of the 3 pavilions' activity areas. This made the Clear Cloud Pavilion's new disciples overjoyed. After all, if they were placed together with the rookies of the Soaring Sky Pavilion and the Mysterious Pavilion, they would definitely end up at the bottom. Then, this trial would be meaningless to them. But now that the rookies of the three pavilions were evaluated separately, it gave them hope. Especially the Bald Elder's next sentence, it made all the rookies boil with excitement. The top three in this trial will receive a Foundation Establishment Pill as a reward, and the first place will also receive 10 pieces of spiritual jade as a reward. The 4th to 10th place will each receive 3 pieces of spiritual jade. As for those after 10th place, don't even think about it. Of course, these rewards can only be redeemed if you reach the most basic requirements. The top 3 could receive a Foundation Establishment Pill. The entire crowd was in an uproar. Even if these rookies were ignorant, how could they not know about a pill like the Foundation Establishment Pill that countless cultivators yearn for day and night? To any expert at Heaven's stage full circle, as long as their aptitude was passable, they would be able to reach Foundation Establishment immediately after consuming a Foundation Establishment Pill. One had to know that these newcomers were now gathered in the Welcome Pavilion. Their ultimate goal was to successfully build their foundation within a year, and with a single foundation building pill, it was very possible that they could directly achieve that goal in one go. How could they not be excited? Of course, the Foundation Establishment Pill was not the same as the Foundation Establishment Pill. The Foundation Establishment Pill was only effective when a person at Heaven stage full circle broke through to the early stage of Foundation Establishment. Once they reached Foundation Establishment, it would be useless. Then, they would need the Foundation Establishment Barrier Breaking Pill. However, the Foundation Establishment Pill did not have this drawback. It could be used as a Foundation Establishment Pill, a Foundation Establishment Barrier Breaking Pill, and even an Experience Pill. After hearing such an exaggerated reward, not to mention the grassroots rookies of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, even the old fogies of the Mysterious Pavilion could not hold themselves back. Even the second-generation young masters of the Soaring Sky Pavilion had burning gazes. Chapter 3658. After successfully rousing the enthusiasm of all the newcomers, the Bald Elder smiled slightly. The original intention of holding the newcomer trial was not only to train the newcomers, but also to let them help gather herbs to refine strategic pills like the Building Foundation Pill. After all the herbs gathered by the newcomers had to be handed over. If there was no reward and no hope of winning, these newcomers might not put in the effort, which would go against the original intention. However, the newcomers were still newcomers. While using the reward to boost their morale, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, some ugly words had to be said first. The Bald Elder nonchalantly scanned all the rookies and finally said, "Now, all of you are clear of the rules, but there are 3 things that I have to emphasize, so as to prevent any idiots among you from having thoughts that they shouldn't have. First, you can only move around the back mountain. Do not attempt to touch any restrictions. This old man guarantees that you will die miserably. Second, you only have 3 days. 3 days later, if you do not return here by noon, you will also die miserably. Third, the trial encourages competition. You can rob each other, but you must not kill anyone. If something really happens, this old man will personally take action and make you pay with your life. 3 things. Violating any one of them would result in a person's death." With that, the Bald Elder no longer cared about the newcomers who were scared silly by his killing intent. He closed his eyes and rested. As for the 2 elders beside him, they did not say a word from beginning to end. Their main responsibility was to guard the back mountain. As for presiding over the newcomer trial, it was just a small part-time job. "Alright, everyone, go find your senior brother in charge and collect the special backpack for the back mountain hole. Once you've adjusted your condition, you can go on your way. Don't dilly-dally." Hu Yunfeng took over the reins and issued an order. "Yes." All the newcomers responded in unison, each one of them eager to fight. Eager to try. Junior brother Lin, after entering the back mountain, you must be careful. There are dangers everywhere, and during the trial, anything can happen. You must not be careless. Junior brother Xiao and junior brother Qiao as well. The bitter senior brother gave the special basket to the three of them as he warned them. Although the bald elder had already warned them that the rookie trial was strictly prohibited from killing people, the back mountain was so big. Even the periphery was fraught with danger. No one knew what would happen. If someone really wanted to kill someone, there was no need for him to do it himself. As long as he casually played some tricks, he might be able to kill the person. Lin Yi, Xiao Ran, and Qiao Hongkai nodded. Although they had never entered the back mountain, they were still heaven rank experts. They still had this bit of vigilance. In their eyes, even though this savage forest that emitted an ancient aura was a holy land for cultivators that contained countless treasures of the heavens and the earth, yet at the same time, it was an enormous ferocious beast that chose its prey. It was unknown how many cultivators' corpses were buried there. Turning back to look at the other newcomers around Meng Juiguang, the bitter senior brother lowered his voice and said to Lin Yi and the other two, I accidentally overheard them saying a few words. It seems like they are prepared to join forces to deal with you guys in the trial. If possible, I suggest that you guys find a chance to meet up after entering the trial and move together. That way, you can at least look out for each other. This. Lin Yi and the other two looked at each other. They all had a difficult expression on their faces. Let's not talk about the fact that this trial would randomly send the newcomers to a location. It would be very difficult to meet up. Moreover, if they were to waste time searching for each other, it would not be worth it. Most importantly, Lin Yi was bent on finding the heart-devouring exquisite grass. Xiao Ran and Qiao Hongkai both had their own plans. The three of them could indeed look out for each other, but this would naturally limit their points. After all, if the three of them walked the same route, the number of medicinal herbs they would find would definitely be limited. Hence, the problem was, these medicinal herbs could not be divided equally, right? If the three of them divided equally, then the final result would be that everyone's points would not be as high as the others. In that case, it would be impossible for them to get into the top three, and ultimately miss out on the foundation building pill. And if the three of them did not divide equally, then who would get more and who would get less? That would be a bigger problem. On the other hand, if the three of them split up, although it would be more risky, the rewards would be greater. In the end, each person's points would definitely be much better than moving together. At least they would have a chance to fight for the top three. One must know that the reward for the top three was the foundation building pill. How could they give up on this opportunity so easily? Moreover, the bald elder had already clearly warned them not to kill anyone. As long as they were a little more careful, at least their lives would not be in danger. The risk was not especially high either. Based on this, it was obvious that it was more worthwhile for the three of them to split up. However, Xiao Ran and Qiao Hongkai looked at each other. Lin Yi usually treated them well. Wasn't this the time to repay him? If the three of them worked together and gave all the medicinal herbs they found to Lin Yi, then Lin Yi should have no problem getting first place. Thinking of this, the two of them felt ashamed of their previous selfishness. The two of them said at the same time, Senior Brother Ku is right. Let's think of a way to move together. Brother Lin has taken care of us so much before. This time, no matter what, we must fight for first place for you. In other words, all the medicinal herbs they found when moving together would be given to Lin Yi first. This way, the two of them would be giving up on the trial reward. This required a lot of determination. One must know that the temptation of the foundation building pill to these heaven stage full circle experts was unparalleled. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. These two's intentions touched him, but his most important task this time was to find the heart-devouring exquisite grass. Compared to the foundation building pill that he planned to refine later, the trial reward of the foundation building pill was simply insignificant. And if he moved together with the two of them, not only would it be unfair to Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, it would also be an additional burden to Lin Yi. I appreciate your good intentions, but there is no need. This is a rare opportunity. Don't easily let go of the reward that you should fight for. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Lin Yi advised seriously. Chapter 3659. Although killing was not allowed during the trial, it was allowed to snatch herbs from each other. This reflected the difficulty of the trial. Just as Xiao Ran and Meng Tong had said, if the three of them fought on their own, then no matter how many medicinal herbs they found and how many points they earned, it would all be in vain. In the end, Meng Tong and the others would benefit from it. As such, not only would they end up with nothing, it would also be equivalent to giving resources to their enemy, Meng Tong. It would indirectly increase the difficulty for Lin Yi to obtain victory. This was a huge problem. Lin Yi thought for a moment and took out a map of the back mountain's periphery that was specially prepared for every rookie. After studying it, he pointed at the intersection of two streams and said, "Then let's do it this way. We will act separately for the first 2 days, but 2 days later at noon, we will gather at the mouth of the 3 streams and return together. Time is of the essence, so don't push it around with me. Let's do it this way." Acting separately for the first 2 days allowed them to search for herbs to obtain points. Furthermore, it was relatively safer. This was because even if Meng Tong and company wanted to deal with them, they would not choose to do so early. After all, they could not kill. Even if they joined forces to beat up Xiao Ran and company, they would not gain any substantial benefits. If they wanted to take action, they would definitely do it at the end of the return journey. This way, it would be more convenient to snatch the fruits of their labor and maximize the benefits. As for the gathering 2 days later, the trio had Lin Yi presiding over it. Even if Meng Tong and company had the numerical advantage, they might not be able to gain the upper hand. When the time came, it was hard to say who would be the one to defeat who. Since Lin Yi had already put it this way, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai naturally would not reject it. They could only nod in agreement. After all, Lin Yi's plan was not only more scientific and reasonable, it was also more beneficial to the two of them. Seeing that the three of them had agreed on a plan, Senior Brother Bitter felt that it was still a little risky. However, when he thought about it, as a cultivator, how could he not take any risks from beginning to end? The risks were always proportional to the benefits. This was something that could not be helped. All right then. In short, the three of you must be extremely careful. Don't be careless. Your enemies aren't just the other rookies. Don't forget that the back mountain is the source of the danger, exhorted the bitter senior brother. Lin Yi and company nodded. After everything was prepared, they went with the other rookies to the trial's starting point on the square in the back mountain. At this moment, there were a dozen or so massive flying spirit beasts waiting at the starting point. This was the standard equipment of the back mountain hole. After all, their area of protection was the entire back mountain. Normally, they would have to rely on flying spirit beasts for everything. If they were to walk on foot, who knew how long it would take them to reach the scene of the incident? So it was a random drop method. When Lin Yi saw these flying spirit beasts, he finally came to a realization. Previously, when he heard the rules of the trial, he was still wondering how the newcomers would be sent to the outer area of the back mountain. He thought that there would be some sort of teleportation array or something, but it turned out that they would be airdropped by flying spirit beasts. After all the rookies stood on the flying spirit beasts, more than 10 flying spirit beasts took off at the same time. The scene was spectacular, causing the rookies to exclaim. Then, these flying spirit beasts, under the guidance of the back mountain hall's experts, were split into 3 batches. They sent the rookies from the 3 pavilions to their respective trial zones. From the direction, they were going in complete opposite directions. This prevented the possibility of the rookies from crossing paths with each other to the greatest extent. Even if they wanted to, they would not be able to bump into each other. After flying for about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the rookies standing on the flying spirit beasts were instructed by the back mountain hall's experts. One by one, they were randomly dropped. Lin Yi roughly estimated that the starting drop point for two rookies was at least tens of miles away from each other. Such a journey would take a long time even if it was a flat road. Not to mention in the vast forest where it was difficult to move an inch. From the looks of it, even if the rookies had plans to meet up and work together, it would be difficult for them to meet each other within a day. Generally speaking, it would be pretty good if they could gather after 2 days. Such a rule clearly had a special purpose. Although the rookie trial encouraged competition, it did not wish to see vicious competition between the rookies. If the rookies were to be gathered together from the beginning, it would eventually result in a chaotic battle. No one would put in the effort to search for herbs, and instead, they would place their hopes on snatching the fruits of others' labor. This clearly did not match the original intention of the 3 pavilions to let the rookies gather herbs as a strategic reserve. And now that they were separated from each other, at least for the first 2 days, the rookies would not be focused on killing each other. Instead, they would shift their attention to searching for herbs. As for the competition, that would be 2 days later. When both sides had enough points, the competition would become more intense, wouldn't it? After seeing through the intentions of the trial organizer, Lin Yi could not help but smile. However, this was just right. At least for the first 2 days, there would not be any blind people obstructing him. The only problem left was whether or not he could find the heart-devouring exquisite grass. Although senior brother Ku Bai had mentioned that there was a heart-devouring exquisite grass in the back mountain was huge. It was unknown if he could find it in the short span of 3 days. Furthermore, even if it existed, it might not be in the periphery. If it was only in the inner periphery of the back mountain or even deeper, it would be a pain in the ass. I hope the situation won't be too bad. Lin Yi prayed secretly. Then, he jumped down from the back of the flying spirit beast under the signal of the experts in the back mountain hall. For the convenience of the rookies, the flying spirit beast did not fly high, and one could reach the highest canopy by reaching out. After Lin Yi flipped over, he was in such an impenetrable canopy. Whoosh! After getting down from the back of the flying spirit beast, before he stood still, Lin Yi immediately felt a murderous intent coming from behind. At the same time, he also received a warning from the jade pendant. He did not have time to look back and immediately activated the butterfly's subtle steps. That was how he managed to dodge the sneak attack. Just as Lin Yi dodged, a crudely made but unusually sharp wooden spear whizzed past the corner of his clothes and finally penetrated the trunk of the giant tree. Lin Yi turned around and saw an ape-type spirit beast standing on a tree branch about 5 or 6 meters away from him. It had black fur all over its back, and its body wasn't particularly muscular, but the hostility in its scarlet eyes was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The black ape roared at Lin Yi through the air, then it suddenly flew towards him. Its speed and agility really surprised Lin Yi. Chapter 3660. If it was outside, it might not be able to pose any threat to him. However, this was its home ground. Who knew how strong this guy could be? At this time, for the sake of safety, Lin Yi did not want to waste his vital chi on this black ape. He immediately turned around and wanted to use the butterfly's subtle steps to get rid of it. Even if this was the opponent's home ground, Lin Yi still had absolute confidence in his speed. However, to Lin Yi's surprise, even if he was so patient, the black ape was still chasing him. It seemed that it would not stop until it was dead. This made Lin Yi a little puzzled. How did I provoke this guy? Could it be that I accidentally broke into its lair? In the blink of an eye, 1 man and 1 ape had rushed thousands of feet through the dense treetops. At this time, the black ape finally slowed down and seemed to have the intention to give up. Lin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This confirmed his previous guess. It seemed that he had really accidentally invaded the opponent's territory. For the jungle spirit beasts with a strong sense of territory, if an outsider like Lin Yi broke into their lair, they would not stop until they were dead. However, just as the black ape was about to give up, an enormous black shadow suddenly appeared above the black ape's head without the slightest warning. Taking advantage of the black ape's reaction, the shadow opened its bloody mouth and swallowed it whole. After that, it whistled as it shrank back into the dense canopy of the tree, making it impossible to see its true appearance clearly. Hiss! Lin Yi, who had witnessed the whole scene from beginning to end, could not help but gasp. Taking advantage of the huge beast not staring at him, he hurriedly left the scene. After carefully escaping nearly thousands of feet away, Lin Yi finally slowed down. Although he was nervous, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised into a smile. This back mountain was a solid show of strength. After all, he was an expert in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Although the scene just now was shocking and made people's scalps tingle, Lin Yi still observed enough information in a hurry. That giant creature was a brightly colored python. Its body was as thick as a bucket. Although it hid its head and tail, Lin Yi could infer that its body was at least 10 feet long. In other words, it was at least 30 meters tall. This was a behemoth through and through. More importantly, this multicolored python was able to swallow a heaven-rank middle-stage black ape in one gulp. This meant that its strength was at least above heaven-rank full circle. It was very likely that it was a powerful Foundation establishment stage spiritual beast. Lin Yi didn't have the slightest confidence that he would be able to escape unscathed when facing such a ferocious and malevolent Foundation establishment stage spirit beast. It was not impossible for him to lose his life here if he was not careful. Fortunately, the python's prey was the black ape. If it had been him, he might not have been able to dodge that attack. At this moment, thinking back to the warning his senior brother had given him before setting off, Lin Yi immediately felt that those words were right. His enemies were not just the other rookies. The back mountain itself was the source of the greatest danger. From the time he got on and off the flying spirit beast until now. In just a few short minutes, he had already encountered 2 powerful spirit beasts. One of them might even be a Foundation establishment stage spirit beast. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable in the outside world. One had to know that this was only the periphery of the back mountain. If it was the inner periphery or the center, what would the scene be like? Not to mention those heaven-rank full-circle newcomers. Lin Yi felt that even a Foundation establishment stage expert like himself would not be able to survive for more than a day. What Lin Yi didn't know was that although there were many powerful and ferocious Foundation establishment stage spirit beasts in the periphery of the back mountain, there weren't many to the extent that he could casually bump into them. If there were such python-level existences everywhere, other heaven-rank full-circle newcomers wouldn't be able to survive at all, let alone gather medicinal herbs. The reason why he encountered so many ferocious fellows as soon as he came down this time was not purely because of bad luck, but because someone behind him had deliberately informed him in order to throw him into the most dangerous area in the periphery and find a way to bury him in the mouths of spirit beasts. In order to inform him, Meng Jueguang even specifically asked Su Lingchong to come forward. After all, with his power, the experts in the back mountain hall wouldn't even pay attention to him, let alone do things for him. But Su Lingchong was different. They had to give him face. Anyway, it was just a small matter in passing. However, for them, it was a small matter, but for Lin Yi, it was a matter of life and death. If he hadn't hidden his Foundation establishment stage strength, being thrown into such a place would definitely be a narrow escape from death. After this unique display of power just now, Lin Yi's subsequent actions were obviously more cautious. However, perhaps it was because of such a super python, there were no other powerful creatures within a radius of a few miles. Even if there were, they were mostly small beasts like the little killer marmot that posed no threat. Lin Yi estimated that even if these small beasts were tied up and sent to the front of the python, it would probably be too lazy to open its mouth. After coming to this conclusion, Lin Yi was a little relieved. Although it was extremely dangerous to move around such a powerful spirit beast, it wasn't without benefits. At least it could reduce a lot of small troubles. And that python had just swallowed a heaven-rank middle-stage black ape. According to the usual habits of snakes, it shouldn't need to eat for a short period of time. This was an innate instinct, and presumably the Foundation establishment stage python was no exception. In other words, at least for a period of time, there shouldn't be any other dangers in this area. This was just right. It gave Lin Yi a great opportunity to search for medicinal herbs. Moreover, under normal circumstances, other spirit beasts or wild beasts should not dare to easily step into this territory within a few miles of this giant python. In this case, various medicinal herbs should grow better here than in other places. After making up his mind, Lin Yi jumped down from the top of the tree. After all, medicinal herbs wouldn't grow on trees, except for a few exceptions. Sure enough, after Lin Yi got down to the ground, he immediately had a harvest. This was a light blue flower growing in the grass. At first glance, it was inconspicuous, but if you looked closely, you would find that this flower was completely composed of a petal. Moreover, looking at the arc of the flower, it was very mysterious. It seemed that there were many mysteries of heaven and earth contained in it. The most important thing was that although this flower was small, it was full of spiritual energy. This was the symbolic characteristic of medicinal herbs. Chapter 3661. As for whether it was a herb or not, as long as he dug it up and placed it in the basket on his back, he would know. The basket would give him points based on the herb's medicinal properties and spiritual energy. After Lin Yi did this, the bright red point bar on the basket increased from 0 to 7. Ordinary herbs were worth 1 point, but this seemingly unremarkable flower was worth 7 points. It was a pretty good start. Lin Yi was happy. Although his goal was to find the heart-devouring exquisite grass, it was not a bad thing to be able to collect as many other herbs as possible. Even if he did not put them in the space in the jade pendant, he could still exchange them for trial points. However, the rest of the process was a little boring. Lin Yi had collected quite a lot of herbs as he'd expected, and in less than an hour, his points on the basket had shot up to 57. However, Lin Yi still hadn't found the heart-devouring exquisite grass that he wanted the most. In order to ensure that he could find the heart-devouring exquisite grass in the trial, he had done a lot of homework. He even went to the back cliff to ask Lu Bianren, the scholar, for advice. Not only did he know the characteristics of the heart-devouring exquisite grass like the back of his hand, but he also memorized the suitable growing environment for it to ensure that he would not miss it if he came across it. But now, he had already walked around for a few miles, but he did not even find the shadow of the heart-devouring exquisite grass. Not only that, but judging from the dark and damp environment, it did not seem like a place where the heart-devouring exquisite grass could grow. According to Senior Lu, the heart-devouring exquisite grass likes the sun and easily grows in dry places with plenty of light. This kind of place is not easy to find in the deep mountains and forests. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. This kind of deep mountains and forests had plenty of rain. In the secular world, it would be like a tropical rainforest with no end in sight. The ground was either dark and damp, and not even the slightest bit of sunlight could pass through. Wanting to find the heart-devouring exquisite grass in this kind of place was easier said than done. Even with Lu Bianren's hint. With Lin Yi's current situation, it was not easy for him to find a place that met the requirements, because he did not know where he was at the moment, and there were no landmarks within dozens of miles, so it was useless even if he referred to the map of the Back Mountain periphery issued by the Back Mountain Hall. Anyone who had experience living in the jungle would know that the most terrifying thing in this vast jungle was not the ferocious beasts and poisonous creatures that lurked everywhere, but losing one's way. In this kind of dense forest where even sunlight was difficult to see, once one lost their way, it was very likely that they would end up being devoured by the dense forest. In fact, there were no landmarks nearby. Even an expert in the early stage of foundation establishment like Lin Yi found it difficult to accurately grasp his own position. However, he was slightly better than ordinary people. As long as he spent a little effort, he could at least climb to the top of the tree and use the sun to determine his position. Apart from that, his other advantage was that his survivability was far stronger than that of ordinary people. However, that was all. Lin Yi's current mission was not to survive, but to find the heart-devouring exquisite grass within 3 days. This was very difficult. At least until now, he did not know where the heart-devouring exquisite grass would grow, nor did he know how far it was from him. It was a pity that Skybolt Pig was in a coma. It would be easy if he was awake. Lin Yi could not help but sigh. With Skybolt Pig's ability, even if he could not directly help him find the heart-devouring exquisite grass, it should not be a problem for him to help him find a dry place with sufficient sunlight. After all, treasure hunting was this pig's talent, and treasure hunting was the most basic requirement. It was to sense the environment. To find the heart-devouring exquisite grass within 3 days, if Lin Yi relied on himself, he only had a 20% chance of success. But with Skybolt Pig's help, he had at least an 80% chance of success. It was a pity that Skybolt Pig had been in a coma ever since he was transported to Heaven Stage Island. Now that it had been more than 20 days, Lin Yi did not know how to wake him up. If it was not for the fact that his vital signs were still stable, Lin Yi would have thought that this fellow had already become a vegetable pig. Now that Skybolt Pig could not be counted on, he could only count on himself. Lin Yi took a deep breath, found a huge tree beside him, and climbed up. Only by standing high could one see far. Climbing to the highest tree nearby, and doing his best to find a suitable place to grow the heart-devouring exquisite grass, was the last hope he could place. It was a little stupid, but it was much better than blindly searching like a headless fly. Lin Yi was extra careful as he climbed the tree, keeping an eye on his surroundings. After the lesson he'd learned last time, he knew that the trees weren't as dangerous as the ground. There weren't as many snakes and beasts as there were on the ground, but it was more dangerous. This was because in this kind of dense forest, the stronger the creature, the more likely it was to occupy the large space above, just like the giant python and the black ape. Although the snakes and beasts on the ground were troublesome, they did not pose much of a threat to Lin Yi. However, it was different at the top of the dense treetops. It was possible that there was a powerful spirit beast at the foundation establishment stage entrenched there. Strictly speaking, the giant tree that Lin Yi was currently looking for had already left the territory of the giant python, so there was no need to worry about it. However, while he was climbing up, there was no telling if there was a similarly powerful spirit beast that had already set its eyes on him. Although he always felt that there was a powerful creature staring at him from an undetectable dark place, Lin Yi finally climbed to the top of the treetops without any mishaps. He looked around and had a good view. However, after a while of observation, even someone as determined as Lin Yi could not help but feel discouraged. No matter which direction he looked in, the scenery was almost exactly the same. It was a continuous treetops. The only difference was that when he looked to the north, apart from the treetops, he could see a bulging mountain in the distance. It was so high that its peak could not be seen, and it pierced straight into the clouds. This was the so-called main body of the back mountain. The back mountain hall was to the south of the back mountain, so Lin Yi could roughly confirm his position. However, he still had no idea where he should go next. Chapter 3662. This. Lin Yi suddenly felt a little awkward. If it really didn't work, he could only choose a random direction to look around. At this moment, there was a muffled clap of thunder in the sky. Then, dark clouds covered the sky, and a fierce wind blew. In the blink of an eye, countless pillars of rain came crashing down. Each pillar was as thick as a thumb, and when it hit his face, he felt a sharp pain. The rainstorm came without warning. He was not familiar with his surroundings to begin with, and the torrential rain had suppressed his visibility and perception to an extremely low level. If he continued to move around outside at this time, it would be no different from courting death. Even with Lin Yi's strength in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he could only choose to find a place to hide from the rain. After all, this was a thunderstorm. It came and went quickly, so it shouldn't take too long. Jumping down from the top of the tree, Lin Yi originally planned to find a dense canopy to shelter from the rain. However, as he was moving forward, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a tree hole on the wide trunk. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no powerful spirit beasts' auras, Lin Yi entered in a flash. Compared to the raging storm outside, a dry and comfortable tree hole was an irresistible temptation, and Lin Yi was no exception. Unexpectedly, the interior of the tree hole was quite spacious. It was empty, about 20 square meters in size. There were no obvious chisel marks, and it seemed to be a naturally formed tree hole. After looking around, Lin Yi saw a pile of things in the corner. His eyes suddenly narrowed and his heart tightened. That pile of things was actually a pile of bones. There were about 4 or 5 of them, and these were not the bones of wild beasts. They were real human skeletons. In an instant, his hair stood on end. It was not strange for there to be traces of humans in this tree hole. After all, this was the periphery of the back mountain. Every year, there would be many cultivators coming in and out. However, there were human skeletons here, and there were 4 or 5 of them piled up together. This was shocking. Could it be that cultivators killed each other and piled up their corpses here? Lin Yi could not help but feel puzzled. Lin Yi carefully scanned the skeletons a few times and found that there was something on every bone. All of them had huge, sharp teeth marks on them. At this point, the answer was obvious. These people did not die at the hands of humans. Instead, they had become food for a powerful spiritual beast. This conclusion made Lin Yi break out in a cold sweat. The reason why these people appeared here was very likely to be like him, coming here to take shelter from the rain, or simply looking for a place to rest. However, in the end, they all became food for a powerful spirit beast. What did this mean? This meant that Lin Yi had followed in the footsteps of these people. It was very likely that he had been targeted by the powerful spiritual beast that was hiding in the dark. From start to finish, this tree hole was not a safe haven. Instead, it was a living trap, a trap that caused many cultivators to die without a place to be buried. The weak are prey to the strong. These words flashed across Lin Yi's mind. In the world outside the back mountain, there were all kinds of rules and restrictions. Even humans and spirit beasts could coexist peacefully. All those rules were completely useless. There were only 2 identities here. Either you were the predator, or you were the prey. Although he did not know what the spiritual beast looked like, Lin Yi knew that he had become its prey. A prey that had fallen into its trap. Without knowing the exact details of its opponent, if he continued to stay here, he would most likely be a sitting duck. Therefore, Lin Yi made a decision immediately. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. Even if he had been targeted and there was no way for him to escape, he could at least choose another battlefield. There was no need for him to fight on his opponent's home ground. However, just as he was about to leave the tree hole, a voice that he had not heard for a long time rang in his mind. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. The skybolt pig had woken up. Lin Yi stopped in his tracks. This voice made him overjoyed. This way, it would be much more reliable for him to find the heart-devouring exquisite grass. However, the situation was not good. It was not the time to let the skybolt pig out. He had to wait until he was out of danger. However, before Lin Yi could leave the tree hole, the skybolt pig began to squeak even more urgently. It was as if something urgent had happened. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. For the Skybolt pig to be so anxious, could there be some kind of treasure hidden in the tree hole? After hesitating for a while, Lin Yi finally decided to let the Skybolt pig out. He wanted to see what kind of treasure he could find here. After all, if the Skybolt pig was able to wake up from his coma, the treasure would not be anything ordinary. If he left now, even if Lin Yi wanted to come back later, he might not be able to find this tree hole. It would be a pity if he missed the treasure that was so close to him. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. After the Skybolt pig came out from the space in the jade pendant, he looked at Lin Yi and pounced towards the pile of bones. You're saying there's treasure in here? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Out of an instinctive disgust, normal people wouldn't want to take a second look at this pile of bones. Even a powerful early-stage foundation establishment expert like him would be the same. From the start, he wouldn't even want to turn over this pile of bones, let alone think that there would be something underneath. Gee. The Skybolt pig nodded. Seeing this, Lin Yi did not hesitate and immediately went forward to examine the pile of bones. As expected, there was a black bag hidden under the bones. It was not big, about the size of a shoe box. When he opened the bag, it was a bag of blood-red gravel. It was faintly emitting an indescribable and strange aura. Lin Yi had never seen anything like this before, so he immediately turned around and asked the Skybolt pig, "What is this?" The Skybolt pig shook his head and used his hoof to dip into some dark tree dust at the corner of the bag. He wrote on the ground, "I don't know what this is, but I was attracted by the aura of this bag. It should be a very rare treasure." Oh. If that's the case, then this is a little interesting. At this critical moment, Lin Yi did not think too much about it and immediately put the bag of items into the space in the jade pendant. If he was right, this bag of items should be the spoils of war from the pile of corpses on the ground. Perhaps it was a treasure that they had painstakingly obtained through countless efforts. In the end, they did not expect to die in this tree hole trap on their way back. Thinking about this, Lin Yi could not help but feel alarmed. If he continued to dawdle here, he might follow in the footsteps of these people. Chapter 3663. A pair of cold, bloodshot eyes like copper bells were currently staring at Lin Yi. Its throat trembled slightly, and it let out a scalp-numbing roar. Its fangs were exposed, and a fishy smell assailed the nostrils. Looking at its appearance, it should be a mountain leopard, but its body was several times larger than an ordinary mountain leopard. Its height alone was close to 3 meters. At this moment, it had just stuck its ferocious head in, and it had already filled up the entrance of the cave. There was only one hole in the entire tree hole. This way, Lin Yi had no way to escape. He was completely caught by this giant mountain leopard. Of course, Lin Yi didn't dare to turn around and use martial arts to break other places. He was also afraid that this monster would sneak attack him. It could be seen that his previous speculation was not wrong at all. This entire tree hole was a living trap. If he was not careful, he had already become prey that was about to enter the other's mouth. After clearly sensing the other's aura, Lin Yi's heart suddenly trembled. Sure enough, this mountain leopard was indeed a powerful spirit beast with the strength of a foundation establishment stage. In fact, if it wasn't for this level of fierce beast, it wouldn't have been able to block those people from before. After all, those people were able to come to the back mountain, their strength should at least be at the foundation establishment stage. Of course, although the possibility of it being a peak heaven stage expert wasn't high, it couldn't be completely ruled out. However, what made Lin Yi slightly happy was that although this giant mountain leopard was a foundation establishment stage spirit beast, its strength should be at the early stage of foundation establishment stage. He wasn't completely powerless against it. However, even if everyone was at the early stage of foundation establishment stage, if they were to really fight, there was still a huge gap between humans and this fierce beast that was born to fight. especially since this was the opponent's home ground. At this moment, facing such a fierce beast, even a guy like Lin Yi who killed his way up from the secular world didn't have much confidence in his heart that he could escape unscathed. Taking advantage of the time when the giant mountain leopard was still sizing him up, Lin Yi quietly put the thunder pig behind him into the space of the jade pendant. After all, this guy was not born to fight, and its strength was too weak. In this kind of situation, if it was casually scratched, it would become cannon fodder. Lin Yi was still counting on it to find the heart-devouring exquisite grass for him. But he couldn't bear the consequences. Fortunately, this giant mountain leopard seemed to only pay attention to Lin Yi. It didn't even bat an eyelid at a small creature like Skybolt Pig. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy in front of him was probably addicted to eating humans. Roar! The low growls of the giant mountain leopard became more and more intense. Starting from its huge and sinister head, its entire body slowly stretched out. At the same time, incomparably sharp black claws appeared on the soles of his feet. With a light slash, several deep claw marks were left on the soles of his feet. This scene was truly shocking to the eye. One had to know that the wood beneath his feet was no ordinary wood. Lin Yi had felt it when he came in. The wood was extremely sturdy, comparable to hard rock, and the claws could leave such a deep mark. If he wasn't careful and got scratched by the claws, he'd probably die. Wouldn't he be dismembered on the spot? This was the advantage of combat-type spirit beasts. They were born to fight. As a race born to fight, their entire body was a lethal weapon. Compared to them, humans were simply weak and vulnerable. This was also the reason why it was difficult for human experts to contend with combat-type spirit beasts at the same level of strength. Lin Yi looked around. Under the threat of this giant mountain leopard, he couldn't help but think of retreating. Although the hole was blocked by the other party, it wasn't difficult for an expert in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm like him to break a hole in the tree hole and escape. However, this seemingly safer and wiser idea was immediately extinguished by Lin Yi's own rationality. This was different from the giant python he encountered at the beginning. Although that giant python's strength was not inferior to this giant mountain leopard, its target was the black ape. It didn't have any thoughts about Lin Yi, so Lin Yi could calmly escape. In reality, if the giant python wanted to attack him, Lin Yi was still confident that he could escape. After all, he had the gale-chasing lightning boots and the butterfly's subtle steps. He was confident that he would not lose to the giant python in terms of speed. However, the giant mountain leopard in front of him was different. Even if he thought with his toes, he knew that this fellow was definitely much faster than the giant python. Especially in such a dense jungle, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the king of speed. Therefore, even with the speed bonus of the gale-chasing lightning boots and the butterfly's subtle steps, Lin Yi still dared not compete with the other party in speed. After all, firstly, Yangming might not be faster than the giant mountain leopard. Secondly, it was raining cats and dogs outside, hence his visibility and perception were suppressed to an extremely low level. If he was not careful, he might barge into another powerful spirit beast's territory. If another troublesome ferocious creature appeared, he would be in danger. Compared to running away, turning around and fighting at this moment might seem stupid, but it was a more reliable choice. Yes, this was the opponent's home ground. Yes, this was a trap set by the opponent, and it was unavoidable. However, for Lin Yi, it was not that he had no advantage at all. The biggest advantage he could rely on at the moment was this tree hole. For humans, this tree hole was big and spacious enough, but for a ferocious beast that was nearly 3 meters tall and more than 2 meters long, it seemed too narrow. Most of the time, a strong and huge beast's body could be a great advantage, but in some situations, it was also a disadvantage. Perhaps this giant mountain leopard was fast and even agile outside, but in this tree hole, Lin Yi bet that it was definitely not as agile as he thought. In a battle between masters, often a subtle flaw could determine the outcome. At this moment, although this little advantage might not be able to directly kill the giant mountain leopard, there was no doubt that it gave Lin Yi a lot of space to play. He hadn't encountered this feeling of dying at any time for a long time. He could see the infinite danger from the pair of cold and bloody eyes, but Lin Yi was ready to take a gamble. Roar dash! The giant mountain leopard suddenly pounced forward, and the killing game began. In such a narrow tree hole, especially on such a rainy day, the giant mountain leopard moved a little, and the extremely strong stench from its body had already hit the nose, choking people to breathe. This fella, even the smell on its body could kill people. Chapter 3664. So fast. Even though Lin Yi had already overestimated his opponent's speed, he realized at this moment that he had still underestimated his opponent. However, this also proved that his choice to face it head-on was correct. Based on his opponent's speed, if he wanted to run, he really had no chance of winning. Lin Yi hurriedly leaned to the side and used all his strength to barely avoid it. However, the clothes on his chest were still torn by the strong wind brought by the claws. Roar! The fact that Lin Yi was able to avoid this sudden sure-kill attack was obviously out of the giant mountain leopard's expectation. According to its past experience, this attack should have been in the bag against an expert in the early stage of the foundational level. The pile of bones in the corner was proof. However, the giant mountain leopard's movements did not stop at all. When one claw missed, another claw immediately followed. Compared to the previous claw, it was faster and more powerful. In a hurry, Lin Yi could not find a chance to counterattack. He was forced to retreat again. After all, even if he was confident in his strength, he would not rashly fight against such a powerful and ferocious beast. He clearly knew that his opponent was dangerous. If he attacked without understanding the situation, it would not be called courage, it would be called stupidity. However, this claw was not as easy as the first one. As Lin Yi retreated, it was also chasing. Even if Lin Yi used the butterfly microsteps to maximize his speed and even change directions, it still chased after him. This was no longer a simple beast's instinctive attack. It was a real high-level martial art. This kind of martial art was so profound that human experts could not master it, no matter how fast you were or how agile you were. Once you were locked on by it, there was no way to get rid of it. Before this, Lin Yi still wanted to rely on his agility to bully this huge beast, but when the opponent used its second claw, everything became a bubble. No matter what, he could not get rid of it. What was the use of agility? Lin Yi could not help but sigh in his heart. As expected, there was not a single battle-type spirit beast in the early stage of the foundational level that was easy to deal with. In the end, this claw ended with Lin Yi's left arm being wounded. 3 bone-deep wounds were shocking. Blood continued to flow. This was the result of Lin Yi using the cave wall behind him as cover. If the giant panther had not slowed down a little due to some misgivings, this claw would not have just left 3 wounds. Perhaps even Lin Yi's entire left arm would have been torn off. However, the scene just now also gave Lin Yi some inspiration. Although this vicious creature's movements were full of killing power, it was very careful to control its own strength. It was unwilling to release even the slightest bit of wind, as if it was afraid of destroying the tree hole. It was especially obvious when it almost scratched the wall. In reality, no matter how hard the walls of the tree hole were, the man and the beast were both in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. If the two of them were to really fight, not to mention this small tree hole, even the entire tree would be blasted into pieces. The reason why these experts died here before was because they couldn't even withstand the first claw and were instantly killed. After discovering this, Lin Yi could not help but snicker in his heart. Could it be that this fellow still wanted to rely on this tree hole trap to continue tricking people? It's thinking quite a lot. After all, a powerful spirit beast in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm was not an ordinary beast. Its intelligence did not lose to humans in the slightest. Its actions were also far from being as straightforward as ordinary beasts. Every action had its own special purpose. In fact, legend has it that some spirit beasts could take human form after stepping into the heaven's path. However, the scope of the heaven's path was too wide. Who knew if the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm could do it? However, thinking too much during the process of battle might not be a good thing. However, just as Lin Yi was thinking about how to use this point to make a big fuss, although the giant panther's two claws missed, normally speaking, it should have revealed a flaw in its moves. However, it did not. Not only did it not exhaust its strength, but its attacks became even more ferocious. With two claws in the air, the giant panther immediately turned around. Lin Yi was slightly surprised. Immediately after, he saw the slender and powerful tail on its buttocks sweeping towards him with a whistling sound. And this was not an ordinary tail sweep. The speed of the panther's tail was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. 1 turned into 3, 3 turned into 9, turning into layers of tail shadows that pounced towards him. This fellow was really fierce. According to Lin Yi's estimation, the power of this phantom tail was already comparable to his Frenzy 8 trigrams Palm's 21st style. If he was swept by it again, even if it was just a slight graze like before, it would be hard for him to not die. The giant panther was full of confidence. This was its trump card. An early stage of the Foundation establishment realm had no chance of surviving this move. Even a slightly stronger early stage of the Foundation establishment realm expert would be seriously injured if not killed by this trump card. Little did it know that the more powerful the trump card, the more unexpected fatal flaws would appear at certain times. Although this giant panther already had intelligence no less than a human's, its thinking was still the same as a normal person's. It had a fatal blind spot. Facing the layers of tail shadows, Lin Yi did not choose to dodge like before. Instead, he directly soared into the air. The giant panther's eyes suddenly revealed a look of contempt. To choose to soar into the air in front of its trump card, this fella simply did not want to die fast enough. However, in the next moment, it suddenly felt that something was wrong. Although Lin Yi jumped into the air, his whole body was stuck to the cave wall behind him. If its tail swept over, although it could kill Lin Yi, it would inevitably destroy the tree cave at the same time. Thus, the giant panther subconsciously hesitated, and this gave Lin Yi a chance to counterattack. Butterfly Microstep stepped on the cave wall behind him, and the speed of his movement technique was instantly pushed to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had already leaped over the layers of tail shadows and directly closed in on top of the panther's head. Then, the 21st style of the Frenzy 8 trigrams palm, and with the attack bonus of the Essence necklace, the firepower was unleashed. Boom! The entire giant tree trembled, and countless branches and leaves fell from the outside, startling a group of harmless weak birds. Phew! Looking at the giant panther that fell to the ground and could not move, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. From the beginning when the panther blocked the cave entrance, he had been in extreme danger, and the dangerous palm just now was even more of a struggle for life in the midst of death. If it was not for the fact that he noticed the opponent's tiny flaw in the process, even if Lin Yi could eventually kill this giant panther, both sides would definitely be injured, and he would need to recover for a period of time. Chapter 3665. This was his strongest killing move. If this move still couldn't kill this ferocious creature, then he really could only kneel and beg, this ghostly thing. Fortunately, although this giant mountain leopard was fierce, in the end it couldn't withstand the 21st move of the Wildfire 8 trigrams palm. Lin Yi finally had the last laugh. At this moment, it was still raining cats and dogs outside, and they couldn't leave for a while. Lin Yi hid in the tree hole and entered the space in the jade pendant to recover his true chi and heal his injuries. But before entering the space, he glanced at the mountain leopard's corpse on the ground, and with a thought, he stored it together with the corpse. After entering the space, the ghostly thing's voice rang out next to him with a hint of surprise. Nine-tailed cloud leopard? You can even kill this thing. You're not bad, kid. Senior Ghost, this fellow is called the nine-tailed cloud leopard. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, but when he thought back to the killing move he had just used, the name was quite appropriate. That's right. From the looks of it, it should be an adult, and its strength is at least at the early foundation establishment stage. It's a famous killer in the jungle, and even in the world of spirit beasts, it's an extremely sinister and cunning fellow. It's rare for someone with your strength to be able to kill it in the jungle. The ghostly thing's voice carried a rare trace of admiration. Hee hee, Senior Ghost, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he had ultimately relied on his strength to be able to kill the nine-tailed cloud leopard, luck at the last moment was also crucial. If the nine-tailed cloud leopard hadn't subconsciously hesitated for a moment, it would have been hard to say who would have won. Of course. This bit of luck was also obtained through intelligence. If Lin Yi hadn't noticed its flaw, which couldn't even be considered a flaw, he wouldn't have had the chance to gamble on this bit of luck. He wouldn't have had the chance to gamble on this bit of luck. No need to be humble. Luck is also a part of strength, the ghostly thing said lightly. Lin Yi looked at it with some surprise. From its tone, there seemed to be a story behind it. To be honest, the ghostly thing had been in the space in the jade pendant for so long, but he still didn't know where it came from. He just had a faint feeling that it had something to do with Heaven Island. However, although this doubt had existed in his heart for a long time, Lin Yi was too embarrassed to ask since the ghost itself didn't want to say it. He could only continue to suppress it. Looking at the bag of blood-red gravel that had just been collected, Lin Yi asked the ghostly thing while healing his injuries and restoring his true chi, Senior Ghost, do you know what these things are? The ghostly thing sized him up for a while. I've never seen it before. It looks like some kind of material, but I don't know what it's used for. You don't even know what a ghost is? Lin Yi could not help but be stunned. According to the ghost's previous display of knowledge, there should be nothing that it did not know, but this pile of blood-red gravel was something that even he could not explain. Could it be an extremely rare material? He could only keep this question to himself for now and see if he could find a way to find out its specific name and use in the future. After a short while, Lin Yi finished recuperating. He then brought the skybolt pig out of the jade space. After all, his priority was to find the heart-devouring exquisite grass. He didn't have much time to waste. When he came out of the jade space, it was already sunny after the rain. It was a good time to move, so Lin Yi immediately brought the skybolt pig down to the ground. The rest was naturally left to the skybolt pig. Because he had never seen the heart-devouring exquisite grass before, even a natural-born treasure hunter like the skybolt pig could not directly find the heart-devouring exquisite grass. He could only follow Lin Yi's request to find a suitable place for the heart-devouring exquisite grass to grow. There were two conditions. Sufficient light and dry. It was a very simple condition, but it was not easy to find such a piece of land in the outer area of the mountain that was like a tropical rainforest. However, to the skybolt pig, this request was completely a piece of cake. Rather than saying that his talent was treasure hunting, it was more accurate to say that he was completely aware of the surrounding environment. His nose was far more accurate than the most sophisticated detector in the mortal world. As long as he was willing, he could grasp the slightest subtle change in the surrounding environment without missing a single point. And this range could even reach a radius of a few miles. With this kind of equipment, it was naturally easy for the skybolt pig to find a place that met Lin Yi's requirements. Gee. The skybolt pig happily squealed twice when he saw the light of day again. Oh right, Senior Ghost, when I was in the mortal world, I heard that when spiritual beasts reach heaven rank, they would be able to speak the human language. But my skybolt pig seems to still be squeaking. Since there was no danger, Lin Yi asked curiously. Some spiritual beasts are like this, but some spiritual beasts are not. Don't use your knowledge of spiritual beasts in the mortal world as an authority. The ghost said faintly, in the mortal world, the spiritual beasts you see are all low-level spiritual beasts. They have gone through a long period of evolution, so when they reach heaven rank, they can basically speak. However, your little fella's strength was forcefully increased by you. It is not the time for it to speak, so naturally it cannot speak. This is like a child speaking, there is a gradual process. It is not something that can be achieved just by increasing your strength. In addition, on this heaven rank island, some spiritual beasts are born with the strength of heaven rank. How can it speak? I see. Lin Yi was enlightened. The ghost should be an authority in this area, so Lin Yi was very convinced. In the process of bringing Lin Yi to potential destinations, the Skybolt pig did not forget its old profession. One man and one pig, they looted all kinds of spiritual herbs along the way. As a result, the points displayed on Lin Yi's basket directly jumped to a high of 738. According to the common sense of previous trials, the final points of similar trials for newcomers were generally around 500 points. But now, less than a day had passed, and Lin Yi had already exceeded the requirements of the mission. Under the guidance of the Skybolt pig, Lin Yi trekked in the dense forest for an entire day. It was only when the sun was about to set that they finally reached the destination that met his requirements, a large canyon. This canyon was more than 10 feet wide, and it was marked on the map provided by the back mountain hole. Originally, a canyon was very difficult to associate with the words dry, but in the outer area of the back mountain, it was already a rare place that met these two conditions. Chapter 3666. In a place like this, due to the lack of tree canopies, there was plenty of light. However, if one were to consider the fact that it was dry, then the only light source would be the cliffs on both sides. Lin Yi looked around with rapt attention. However, all he saw was that the cliffs on both sides were barren and there was no sign of the heart-devouring exquisite grass. Not only that, even the most common plants were rare. In the secular world, in a place like this where even birds wouldn't poop, it was already a miracle for anything to grow. Can the heart-devouring exquisite grass grow in a place like this? Lin Yi's heart suddenly sank. To be able to find such a place that barely met the requirements was already not easy. If he couldn't find it here, even if he had the help of the Skybolt pig, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to find the next potential destination, but it would be hard to say how long it would take. Now that the first day was almost over and the sky was completely dark, no matter how skilled and courageous Lin Yi was, he wouldn't dare to act rashly in a place like this where he could easily bump into a Foundation Establishment stage spirit beast. If he were to include the time needed to return, there wouldn't be much time left for him to find the heart-devouring exquisite grass. Now, the problem left for Lin Yi was whether he should continue to search on the cliffs of the Grand Canyon where it was difficult to grow any spirit herbs, or save time to quickly change locations and head to the next place that met the requirements. Just as Lin Yi was weighing his options, he suddenly heard the excited cries of the Skybolt pig. Could it be that there was a discovery? Lin Yi was overjoyed and quickly ran over. GG. GG. Seeing that Lin Yi was coming over, the Skybolt pig used its front paw to point at the cliff below Lin Yi's feet. Lin Yi looked in the direction it was pointing at and discovered that about 150 feet away from his feet, there was a tree trunk that grew out of a crack in the cliff. Even though it couldn't be compared to the towering trees on the ground, it was still a rare sight in this barren cliff. However, in the end, it was just a tree. And not the heart-devouring exquisite grass that he needed. Just as Lin Yi was feeling a little disappointed, the Skybolt pig was still chirping non-stop. It even couldn't wait to write on the ground, look carefully at the bottom right of the tree. Lin Yi was stunned. He had told Skybolt pig about the characteristics of the heart-devouring exquisite grass so that it would be easier for him to find his target. Could it be that there really was a heart-devouring exquisite grass? Following Skybolt Pig's instructions, Lin Yi carefully observed for a while, and after a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. On the lower right side of the tree, in the gap that was blocked by the leaves and branches, a trace of a spiritual herb could be seen. Moreover, it was undoubtedly the heart-devouring exquisite grass. Sure enough, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevere. Lin Yi heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could find the heart-devouring exquisite grass, then his mission this time would be considered a success, and he wouldn't have come here in vain. However, even though he had found the heart-devouring exquisite grass, how to harvest it was another problem. Although Lin Yi was now an early-stage foundation building expert, the key problem was that he couldn't fly. The heart-devouring exquisite grass was 150 feet below him, and the cliff was abnormally smooth. Looking down, he couldn't even find a foothold. Climbing down like this was simply wishful thinking. Even if he had the guts to jump down directly, the tree below might not be so sturdy. Standing on top of it probably wouldn't be a problem. But if he had a strong impact, the result would be unimaginable, and he would definitely make a decision immediately. It was a pity that he didn't bring a rope. Lin Yi sighed regretfully. If he had prepared a rope in the space in the jade pendant, he only needed to use the rope as a foothold, and with his strength, he could go up and down 10 times without a problem. Looks like I can only use the materials here to weave my own rope. Lin Yi looked around. There were many vines hanging on the giant tree not far behind him, and they looked quite sturdy. Using these things to weave a rope should not be a problem. Since the sky wasn't dark yet, Lin Yi started working immediately. Skybolt Pig ran around to help as well, and after half an incense stick's time, a 20-feet-long vine rope was formed. Lin Yi tested it a little, and it was quite sturdy. He tied one end of the vine rope to the nearest giant tree, and Lin Yi immediately grabbed the vine rope with one hand. He stepped on the cliff with both feet and swung down lightly. In the blink of an eye, the heart-devouring exquisite grass was already in front of him. After wrapping the vine rope around his waist twice, Lin Yi immediately landed on the protruding branch, and looked down. The situation below made him even more overjoyed. The characteristics were all consistent, and there was no doubt that this was the real heart-devouring exquisite grass. However, what made Lin Yi regretful was that there was only one heart-devouring exquisite grass here. The heart-devouring exquisite grass was a necessary ingredient for refining the foundation building pill, and it was an extremely rare and precious herb. It could not even be found in the market, and ordinary people would not even have seen it, let alone possess it. Think about it, even in the back mountain, where treasures of heaven and earth were everywhere, and even with the help of an expert treasure-hunting spirit beast like the Skybolt Pig, Lin Yi still spent a lot of effort to find it. This kind of heart-devouring exquisite grass would be worth at least a few tens of spiritual jades. If he met someone who knew the trade and needed it, even if he offered 100 spiritual jades, there would still be people who would buy it. Therefore, to be able to find one heart-devouring exquisite grass was already a great thing. Lin Yi was not the kind of person who would not be satisfied. At the current stage, he had a foundation building pill, and together with the foundation building barrier breaking pill, he could already meet the requirements for his next cultivation. When the conditions were right, success would come naturally, and everything would be smooth sailing. As for the peak of the early stage of the foundation building realm, that would require other opportunities. Lin Yi also did not expect to be able to get 8 or 10 ingredients for the foundation building pill in one trial. That was not realistic at all. Lin Yi, who had long cultivated the mentality that it was not easy to level up in the secular world, was still very easily satisfied. He carefully bent down and stretched out his hand to pluck the heart-devouring exquisite grass. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch it, a soul-stirring long whistle suddenly came from above his head. Then, a strong gust of wind blew, causing the extended branch under his feet to shake crazily, and Lin Yi himself was on the verge of falling. Fortunately, he still had 2 coils of vine rope tied around his body. Otherwise, this sudden gust of wind would have caused Lin Yi to lose his footing and fall down. Falling half to death would be considered a light punishment. If he was washed away by the rapid river, it would be difficult to find this place to pluck the heart-devouring exquisite grass again. Chapter 36-67. The intensity of the battle this time was even greater than when the cloud-piercing nine-tailed panther had trapped them in the tree hole. Fuck. What's going on? Lin Yi suddenly had an ominous feeling. Then, he felt the sky darken and he was shrouded in a huge shadow. Looking up, he saw a giant eagle circling in the air about 5 to 6 feet above the canyon. Its wingspan was more than 5 feet. In the secular world, it was 16 meters long. Appearing in the sky above the canyon, it gave Lin Yi the feeling that it could cover the sky and cover the earth. No matter how he thought about it, a ferocious bird of this size was definitely not simple. Its claws were like golden hooks and its beak was like a blood diamond. Under the reflection of the setting sun, it was cold and intimidating. With just a cursory glance, Lin Yi could tell that this giant eagle was at least a Foundation establishment spirit beast. Moreover, its strength seemed to be at least 2 levels higher than the 9-tailed cloud leopard that he had blasted to death. In other words, this fellow was at least a mid-stage Foundation establishment spirit beast. Compared to it, the flying spirit beasts in the rear mountain hall were as tame as quails. Moreover, their strength was far less exaggerated. Lin Yi had no doubt that if those flying spirit beasts had met this fellow in the sky, they would have all been killed in minutes. Faced with such a ferocious bird, Lin Yi did not have the slightest bit of confidence to contend against it. The only thing he was glad about was that before he came down, he had put the skybolt pig into the space in the jade pendant in advance, instead of letting the pig keep a lookout for him from above. If the skybolt pig was really up there, forget about keeping a lookout or anything, he would have directly become a snack for this ferocious bird. However, now that the skybolt pig was fine, the one in danger was Lin Yi himself. The eagle's eyes were as sharp as a ghost's, and it had clearly locked onto Lin Yi. After all, a living person like Lin Yi had appeared on the cliff. This target was too obvious. Fuck. How were they supposed to play? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat as he watched the giant eagle hover in the air for a while before swooping down in his direction. Previously, he still had the confidence to deal with an early-stage Foundation establishment realm spirit beast like the 9-tailed cloud leopard. However, the one above him was at least a mid-stage Foundation establishment realm spirit beast. If he were to really fight it, he would probably be killed in a single move. More importantly, he was able to stand firmly on the branch thanks to the 2 coils of vines around his waist. Under such circumstances, not to mention a middle-stage Foundation establishment stage giant condor, even if an early-stage Foundation establishment stage spirit beast came, Lin Yi might not be able to handle it. However, no matter what Lin Yi thought, the giant eagle above him was prepared to treat him as its dinner today. Although Lin Yi's body was a little small compared to its huge body, the flesh and blood of human cultivators had always been delicious. Moreover, the amount of spiritual energy it contained was far above that of other spirit beasts. It was a great supplement that could only be found by chance. It folded its wings. The giant eagle swooped down towards Lin Yi. In an instant, it had already crossed a distance of tens of feet and appeared above Lin Yi's head. The golden claws under its abdomen clawed at him fiercely. In an instant, it produced a great power that was far above all the divine weapons that Lin Yi had seen before. Bang! In a hurry, Lin Yi had a strong back and did not hesitate to pay the price of injury. He forcefully stuck himself to the cliff. Although this limited his movements, he could at least fight back. It was better than being captured by the eagle without a stable footing. At the same time, Lin Yi clenched his fist and with his back against the cliff, he blasted out the 22 forms of the frenzied fire fist. The fiery fist intent instantly met the giant eagle's golden claws. The 22 forms of the Frenzied Fire Fist was Lin Yi's second most powerful move, apart from the 21 forms of the Frenzied Fire 8 trigrams palm. Although it was slightly inferior to the 21 forms of the Frenzied Fire 8 trigrams palm, its advantage was that it would not exhaust the vital energy in his body in one move. On this kind of cliff, where there was neither the sky nor the ground, Lin Yi had to leave some vital energy to protect himself. Otherwise, the opponent would not need to expend so much effort. With the 21 forms of the Frenzied Fire 8 trigrams palm, not to mention what it could do to the giant eagle, he would directly disarm and surrender, or simply fall down. Whether he lived or died was purely up to the will of the heavens. The fist intent of the 22 forms of the Frenzied Fire Fist was like a volcano that had been silent for many years suddenly erupting. Not only was it powerful, but it was also continuous. If Lin Yi was facing an ordinary early-stage foundation establishment expert, this punch alone would be enough to injure the other party. However, the problem was that he was facing a giant eagle that was at least in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Although the 22 forms of the Frenzied Fire Fist were overbearing enough to ordinary early-stage foundation establishment experts, it was far from enough to deal with the natural overlord of the sky in front of him. Originally, Lin Yi did not have high expectations for this punch of his, but purely out of the pride of a cultivator, he did not want to be captured without putting up a fight. However, to his surprise, in the face of his 22 forms of the Frenzied Fire Fist, this seemingly arrogant vicious bird actually chose to retreat. What's going on? Could it be that this fellow is just a bluff? Lin Yi could not help but feel surprised. When one's strength reached the level of the foundation establishment realm, almost all spiritual beasts' intelligence was no different from that of humans, so it was not strange for them to have all kinds of human-like thoughts. However, it was easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. According to common sense, no matter how strong these spiritual beasts were, they would not change their brave and aggressive nature. This was especially true for a battle-type spiritual beast like the giant eagle that was born to kill. If this giant eagle was really incomparably strong, like what Lin Yi speculated, it should have the strength of a middle-stage foundation establishment realm or above. Facing this 22 forms of the Frenzied Fire Fist, it should not have chosen to dodge, but instead, it should have directly crushed him with its claws. However, no matter what, this giant eagle did choose to retreat in the face of the 22 forms of the Frenzied Fire Fist. However, immediately after, it fiercely flapped its wings towards Lin Yi. Whoosh! At such a close distance, being fiercely flapped by a pair of wings that had a wingspan of 15 feet, what kind of feeling was that? He did not know how other people would feel, but Lin Yi felt that he was about to die. Within the wind brought up by the giant eagle's wings, there was also an indescribable force. When it smashed onto his body, it had a force of several tons, causing Lin Yi's 5 viscera and 6 bowels to begin to shift as if they were being torn apart. Chapter 3668. Even if he was not torn apart by the astral wind, Lin Yi was still in a precarious situation. The rock behind him, which he used as an anchor, was torn apart by the astral wind. Losing his footing, Lin Yi lost his footing and fell. Fortunately, he still had 2 coils of rattan rope tied around his body. This was a life-saving rope. However, Lin Yi suddenly saw a trace of human-like mockery in the giant eagle's ghostly eyes. Its blood diamond-like beak opened slightly, and a visible force easily cut the rattan rope through the air. Fuck! Lin Yi couldn't help but curse. No wonder it chose to retreat when facing his 22 frenzied fiery fist. It turned out that this ferocious bird didn't treat him as an opponent from the beginning to the end, but was teasing him. This situation was like a cat catching a mouse. First, the cat had to toy with the mouse enough before it was willing to kill it. Lin Yi never thought that he, a dignified early-stage foundation establishment expert, would have such a tragic day. What was even more tragic was that when a mouse was teased by a cat, it could at least escape 2 steps. But now, he didn't even have the slightest chance to dodge. At the critical moment when the rattan rope broke, Lin Yi reached out and grabbed the swaying branch. At this moment, the heart-devouring exquisite grass was right under his eyes, but he didn't even have the chance to reach out and grab it. At this moment, Lin Yi didn't have the slightest chance to fight back. Like a mouse, he had been forced to the last corner. No matter which direction he ran in, he would only be pulled back by the cat's claws and bitten to death. Besides the mockery, Lin Yi finally saw a cruel killing intent in the pair of eagle eyes. It was obvious that this overlord-level ferocious bird had played enough. At this moment, the ghostly voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yi's mind. "Kid, you've been forced to this point, don't tell me you still want to hold on by yourself. Are you really not afraid of death? With your strength, it's not shameful to lose to the ghost-eyed golden eagle in this kind of place." Ghost-eyed golden eagle. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, but then he saw the vicious bird above him open its beak wide, and a majestic Jinqi rapidly condensed. For a moment, a violent wind blew, and sand and stones flew everywhere. This guy was really prepared to kill him. Compared to this kind of power, Lin Yi's 22 styles of frenzy fish just now were simply unable to withstand a single blow. It was completely not enough. Lin Yi believed that once the frightening energy in its mouth was released, it would definitely be able to withstand it. He had absolutely no chance of escaping. "Little fellow, have you had enough?" At this time, a cloud of black fog suddenly floated out from the space of the jade pendant. The ghostly thing appeared and indifferently said to the ghost-eyed golden eagle. After seeing the ball of black mist, the ghost-eyed golden eagle's aura obviously stopped. After being stunned for a moment, it suddenly retracted its wings in fear and trepidation, and the condensed genuine qi in its mouth quickly dissipated. Then, it spoke in the human language. "This little beast greets Senior. I didn't know Senior was here and offended you. Please forgive me." When one's strength reached the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, it was very normal for one to be able to speak the human language. It was not surprising at all. The reason why it did not speak to Lin Yi before was very simple. In its eyes, Lin Yi was just a small prey. As a predator, how could it have feelings for its prey? Since you know that this old man is here, then why don't you hurry up and scram? Although it was still a spiritual communication, but at this moment, from the aura of the ghostly thing, Lin Yi felt an unprecedented majesty. To be precise, this was the aura that only the legendary upper echelons could possess. "Yes, yes." The ghost-eyed golden eagle looked at Lin Yi with fear and trepidation, and then suddenly rose into the sky and quickly left. From its departing figure, Lin Yi could even clearly feel an unconcealable shock and fear. Casually scaring away the insufferably powerful ghost-eyed golden eagle, this seemingly familiar scene immediately reminded Lin Yi of the time when he was facing the Dragon of Five Evils. The ghostly thing had done the same thing. After scaring away the ghost-eyed golden eagle, the ghostly thing quickly returned to the space of the jade pendant. Lin Yi hurriedly said gratefully, "Thank you very much, Senior Ghost, for helping me out. I really can't thank you enough." The ghostly thing chuckled, "Now you know how to be grateful. Why were you so stubborn just now and didn't ask for help from this old man? I thought that you were already capable enough to deal with an existence like the ghost-eyed golden eagle. It turns out that you're just a dead duck with a stubborn mouth. You're purely holding on." Hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but say embarrassedly, "I was in a hurry just now and didn't think about it." These words were somewhat insincere. With Lin Yi's memory, of course, he remembered the ghostly thing's ability. He knew that this mysterious senior had a special way of dealing with this kind of spirit beast. But the problem was that he had never encountered a spirit beast in the Foundation establishment stage before. What if the ghostly thing's ability was useless and its primordial spirit was injured by the spirit beast after it came out? Wouldn't that be terrible? Lin Yi's little thoughts could not escape the ghostly thing's eyes. It chuckled and said, "Actually, when you encountered the nine-tailed cloud-piercing leopard, this old man wanted to help you. But you, kid, are pretty awesome. Without saying a word, you relied on your early foundation establishment stage strength to take care of that guy. You've really broadened this old man's horizons." After a pause, the ghostly thing continued, "But if you can even deal with the ghost-eyed golden eagle, then this old man will really have to find a chance to slice you up for research. Or I might even suspect that you've been possessed by a powerful primordial spirit. Fortunately, it's not as exaggerated as I imagined." Slice him up for research. And possessed by a powerful primordial spirit. Cold sweat immediately slid down Lin Yi's forehead. This ghostly senior thought quite a lot. "Senior Ghost, you've overestimated me. This ghost-eyed golden eagle is so ferocious, how could I possibly be its opponent? From beginning to end, I haven't even touched a single strand of its hair. Instead, I've been toyed with by it." Lin Yi laughed bitterly and gloomily. Then, he asked doubtfully, "Speaking of which, forgive me for being curious. Senior Ghost, what is your background? Even a powerful existence like the ghost-eyed golden eagle is so afraid of you." It was more than afraid. Although the ghost-eyed golden eagle had been forcefully maintaining its imposing manner, after the ghostly thing appeared, Lin Yi clearly felt that all the muscles in its body had stiffened. Even the flapping of its wings was very difficult. If it was not careful, it might directly fall down. Judging from all the signs, this was completely an instinctive trembling from the bottom of its heart. It did not seem like some kind of special ability. The cultivation world had always been a place where the weak were prey to the strong. Now that the ghostly thing was only a primordial spirit, it could make the ghost-eyed golden eagle, a ferocious bird of the sky, tremble with fear. Then, when it was at its peak, how powerful was it? Chapter 3669. Oh, okay. Lin Yi was delighted. He had been curious about the origin of this ghost thing for a long time. Today, he could finally uncover the truth. But before that, the most important matter for him at this moment was naturally to collect the heart-devouring exquisite grass that was right in front of him. To be honest, after experiencing the powerful gale of the ghost-eyed golden eagle, the heart-devouring exquisite grass was still able to stay here intact. This really made Lin Yi very surprised and glad. If the heart-devouring exquisite grass had been blown away along with the rocks, then he would really not be able to find a grave even if he cried. With one hand grabbing the tree trunk to stabilize his body, the other hand swiftly collected all the heart-devouring exquisite grass into his bag. The remaining task was how to return to the ground. The vine rope had been broken by the ghost-eyed golden eagle, but this did not prevent Lin Yi from climbing up. Once a human animal was forced into a desperate situation, they could do anything, not to mention that Lin Yi was an expert in the early stage of foundation establishment. The stone wall was very steep, but it didn't matter. The stone wall was very smooth, but it also didn't matter. Using the remaining true qi in his body, a punch smashed a deep hole in the cliff, and Lin Yi easily found a point of leverage. One step up, one punch, one step up, and one more punch, leaving a trail of craters in the ground. Just like that, Lin Yi climbed back up to the surface. Entering the space of the jade pendant, while recovering his true qi, Lin Yi said to Gui Dongxi, "Senior Ghost, can you say it now?" The ghost thing did not answer, but asked, "You should have guessed this old man's origin, right? Tell me first." Lin Yi was stunned, and then replied, "According to my speculation, Senior Ghost should be a native of Heavenly Stage Island, and should be an extraordinary person. I wonder if this speculation is reliable?" The ghost thing smiled noncommittally, and said, "Your speculation is half right and half wrong. This old man is indeed born on Heavenly Stage Island. This is true, but when did this old man say that I am a human?" "Ha!" Lin Yi was dumbfounded. After a long while, he said, You're not a human. Look at me now. Which part of me looks like a human? The ghostly thing chuckled. That's true, but aren't you in the primordial spirit state? It's normal that you don't look like a human. Lin Yi pursed his lips speechlessly. When he first encountered the ghostly thing, he did not treat it as a human, but as a ghost. However, even if it was a ghost, the first impression was that it was a ghost that a person had turned into after death. Who would have thought that this guy wasn't a human when he was alive? Then, is your original form a spirit beast? Lin Yi asked cautiously. Since the other party was not a human, then it must be a spirit beast. Apart from that, he had never heard of any other creatures with spiritual intelligence comparable to that of humans. That's right, this old man is indeed a spirit beast, but as for what this old man's true form is, you don't have to ask. You'll find out when the time comes. The ghostly thing paused, then said, You've been in the Welcome Pavilion for a long time. You should have heard of the Spirit Beast clan, right? It really was a spirit beast. Lin Yi suddenly remembered that when he was in the secular world, the puppet clone that the ghostly thing released, Xiao Yi, could not use martial arts. At that time, the ghostly thing said that Xiao Yi's physique was not suitable for using martial arts. At that time, Lin Yi was quite puzzled. However, now that he thought about it, the ghostly thing was a spirit beast, just like the purple electric beast of wind and thunder. Perhaps it was good at lightning or external martial arts. It would be strange if Xiao Yi's puppet could use it. Lin Yi nodded and said, In my spare time, I heard Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Ku mention it. It is said that on the south island of Heaven Stage Island, a large number of high-level spirit beasts have gathered. Each of them is extremely powerful, and they have formed a powerful force called the Spirit Beast Clan. That's right. Do you know how the Spirit Beast Clan came to be? You should know that in the beginning, all the spirit beasts, no matter how powerful they were on their own. Just like what you saw outside the back mountain, they killed each other. They never joined forces, let alone formed a huge force, the ghostly thing said with a sigh. I'm all ears. Lin Yi pricked up his ears. This was a great opportunity to learn about the forces of Heaven Stage Island. It might be useful in the future, so he naturally had to remember it. The formation of the Spirit Beast clan originated from a spirit beast, the most powerful spirit beast in history. We call it the King of Spirit Beasts. The ghostly thing's tone was filled with unparalleled awe and admiration. It continued, Its power cannot be described with simple words. You only need to know one thing to understand. 10,000 years ago, in order to suppress its rise, the three strongest human masters on Heaven Stage Island joined forces to fight it. However, the final result was that it was never defeated. Never defeated also meant never winning. However, Lin Yi was still in awe because in the face of the three strongest human masters joining forces, not being defeated meant victory. Lin Yi was only a master in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He was only at the beginning stage on Heaven Stage Island. He had no idea how strong the strongest person could be, but this did not prevent him from imagining the scene of that battle. That battle must have been a great battle that was recorded in history. Ever since that battle, no one has been able to stop its footsteps. It has defeated the most powerful spirit beasts one by one and made them submit to its feet. They followed it to garrison the south island of Heaven Stage Island, dominating a region of its own. From then on, the so-called Spirit Beast clan came into being. The ghostly thing sighed. Lin Yi interrupted with some doubts, Senior Ghost, since the Spirit Beast clan is in the South Island, then it should be rare to see them in other places. Why are there so many spirit beasts in the back mountain? Spirit beasts are different from human beings. It is natural for all races to coexist peacefully. Some are even born to feed on spirit beasts of other races. If they are all put together, it will definitely be a mess. The South Island was once in turmoil because of this problem, but later it was suppressed by the King of Spirit Beasts and he left a rule. Spirit beasts of all races can only enter the South Island when they reach a certain level and are able to completely restrain their animal instincts. Before that, they can only be scattered everywhere as before. For example, the spirit beasts that you've seen in the back of the mountain are killing each other or human cultivators, but the spirit beasts have never interfered. Chapter 3670. Lin Yi suddenly understood. So, before being recognized by the South Island, the spirit beasts in the back mountain are not part of the spirit beast clan, and only those particularly powerful spirit beasts are qualified to go to the South Island, right? So, aren't the spirit beasts in the back mountain the leftovers from the South Island? That's right, but not all powerful spirit beasts are willing to join the South Island. After all, after joining the South Island, although you human cultivators don't dare to attack them, they will still be subject to various restrictions. So there are still many powerful spirit beasts who don't belong to the spirit beast clan. It's the same as many grassroots rogue cultivators who don't want to join sections. After a pause, the ghost said in a serious tone, according to my perception, there are many powerful spirit beasts in the back mountain who are powerful enough to join the South Island. Some of them are even comparable to the top masters of the spirit beast clan. Since they stay here, it means that they are not willing to join the South Island. This is a loss for the whole spirit beast clan. Comparable to the top masters of the spirit beast clan. How powerful are they? How are they compared with the ghost-eyed golden eagle just now? Lin Yi asked curiously. Ghost-eyed golden eagle. Although that guy's talent and strength are not bad, and it's not a big problem for him to join the South Island if he continues to grow, but compared with the few I mentioned, he's not at the same level at all. The ghost laughed mockingly. Really? Lin Yi was a little dumbfounded. With the personal experience just now, a fierce bird like the ghost-eyed golden eagle was already a very powerful existence in his eyes, but in the ghost's mouth, it seemed to be not worth mentioning at all. Kid, the ones I'm talking about are all in the core area of the back mountain. As for their strength, let me put it this way. As long as you walk in front of them, they will only need to blink and you will be dead. The ghostly thing laughed strangely. Jia. Ugh. Lin Yi froze. He thought that the ghost was exaggerating a little. Although he felt that the ghost's words were a little exaggerated, he still couldn't help being frightened and creeped out. They could kill him with a blink. Intuition told Lin Yi that what the ghost said was not a lie. In the core of the inner circle of the back mountain, there might really be such a powerful existence. It could be seen that the three great pavilions had their reasons for setting up layers of restrictions in the back mountain. Otherwise, if someone were to barge in blindly, they wouldn't even know how they died. Ghost Senior, how do you compare to them when you're at your peak? Lin Yi asked with a hopeful look on his face. If they were placed on the North Island of Heaven Island, they wouldn't be able to survive. Your strength is indeed extraordinary, but if you go to the South Island. I'm an elder of the Spirit Beast clan, and my strength is enough to rank in the top 5. What do you think? An elder whose strength is ranked in the top 5. Isn't that a top-notch being among the spirit beasts? Although Lin Yi had long guessed that the ghost had an extraordinary origin, he never thought that it would be extraordinary to this extent. It was actually a core figure of the South Island, which was equivalent to Su Lingqiong's grandfather. This was a person that Lin Yi had to respect. He didn't expect to have one by his side. If that was the case, if the first thing he encountered in the secular world was a ghost at its peak, it wouldn't even need to blink its eyes. Would he have died directly? Recalling the situation of their first encounter, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he had encountered this guy's incomplete spirit at the beginning, otherwise, he would have died long ago. Senior Ghost. No, Senior Spirit Beast. Since you're an elder of the Spirit Beast clan, why did you appear in the secular world? Lin Yi couldn't help asking. Compared to the Spirit Beast clan, there were many human masters on Heaven Stage Island, but he had never heard of anyone taking the initiative to return to the secular world from Heaven Stage Island. The ghost was silent for a moment. Instead of answering directly, it asked, "I'm afraid you still have a question that you haven't asked. You're wondering why I fell into such a miserable state since I was so powerful at the beginning, right?" Hee hee. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. He did have this doubt, but he was afraid to expose the ghost's scars, so he was too embarrassed to ask. As one of the top 5 existences in the Spirit Beast clan, there should be few opponents at the ghost's level. Even if there was someone stronger than him, he could at least run away if he couldn't beat them. It was really unimaginable that he had fallen into such a state with only an incomplete spirit. The ghost sighed and slowly said, "The existence of the Spirit Beast clan, in the end, is condensed on the Spirit Beast King. When it was around, the Spirit Beast clan only had one voice, and could unite into an iron plate, causing all the other powerful sects to fear it. But when it was gone, it gradually returned to a state of independence. Although it was a little better than in the beginning, there were constant conflicts between the factions, and it became a plate of loose sand. The Spirit Beast King is not around. Could it have been killed?" Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. According to the ghost's description, this Spirit Beast King could be said to be invincible in the world. Even the top 3 human masters couldn't do anything to it. Lin Yi really couldn't think of anyone who could deal with this epic existence. This matter actually started from 8 years ago. The ghost sighed and said, 8 years ago, the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the entire heavenly island began to thin. At that time, everyone noticed it, but no one knew why. At this time, on the middle island of the heavenly island, 2 mysterious people suddenly appeared and gathered all the big shots on the island for a meeting to discuss countermeasures. Of course, only those with top strength were qualified to participate, even I couldn't. As for how the meeting went, I don't know, because from then on, our Spirit Beast King disappeared together with those top experts. Disappeared. Lin Yi's heart suddenly moved. 2 mysterious people. Why was this so similar to what happened in the secular world? Back then, it was his master and old Lin who took away those peak late-stage heaven stage great perfection experts. Why did the same thing happen on the heavenly island? But it was pushed back by 5 years. However, Lin Yi didn't think that these 2 people were old Lin, because old Lin was still in the secular world. But could one of these 2 people be his master? Chapter 3671. Their strength was unfathomable. The deputy island master of the middle island was not convinced, but in the end, sigh. Even with the ghost strength, its voice could not help but tremble as it recalled, he died a horrible death, he was beaten to death, Lin Yi was stunned. What kind of place was the middle island? It was the most powerful island among the 5 heaven rank islands. Even if the deputy island master was not as powerful as the island master, to be beaten to death in one blow was really, as for where they came from, no one knew because no one on the island had seen them. I only heard one of them call the other uncle, so the 2 of them might be relatives. The ghost said. Uncle. Relatives. Lin Yi was even more confused, but this was a question he didn't even know what it was, so naturally he wouldn't be able to get an answer. The ghostly thing continued, after the disappearance of the Spiritual Beast King, the Spiritual Beast clan, which used to be united under its suppression, began to gradually split up. A few elders went their own way, ambitious to become the new Spiritual Beast King. This was not difficult to understand. As long as one was a top master, they would definitely have their own ambitions. When the Spiritual Beast King was around, they did not dare to show it. However, once there was no such powerful existence above them, their ambitions would awaken like instincts. After all, if one had the strength to compete for the supreme position, why would he be willing to be under someone else? The few elders' strength was about the same, and no one was willing to submit to the other. Thus, they formed a few forces, each occupying a part of the South Island. In this way, there were internal conflicts and internal troubles. Outside, there were many human sects eyeing the spiritual beast clan covetously. If this goes on, it is inevitable that the spiritual beast clan will fall apart. After thinking about it, I'm afraid the key to breaking out of this predicament lies with the spiritual beast king, the ghost said slowly. Spiritual beast king. Didn't he disappear? Lin Yi could not help but ask in surprise. The ghost shook its head and said, "That's right. The spiritual beast king has indeed gone missing, but he left behind a bloodline in the secular world. As long as we can find his descendant and find a way to awaken the power of his bloodline, he can become the new spiritual beast king and command the spiritual beast clan." Is this possible? Lin Yi felt that the ghost's idea was a little wishful thinking. Even if you found the descendant of the spirit beast king, he was still born in the secular world. Even if there's a way to awaken his bloodline power, his strength shouldn't be as strong as the spirit beast king's. How are we going to convince these ambitious spirit beast elders? This kind of plot was similar to how the assistant ministers supported the young emperor after the death of the emperor. Even if they recognized the young emperor's position on the surface, in reality, the power was still in the hands of the assistant ministers. The young emperor was just a puppet that was manipulated by others. From Lin Yi's point of view, without sufficient strength, even if the ghost managed to find the descendant of the spirit beast king, it would not be able to do so. In the end, he might not even be able to become a puppet emperor. It was very likely that the spiritual beast clan's elders would not acknowledge his position at all. As for commanding the spiritual beast clan, that was out of the question. There's something you don't know. Kid, you should have heard of the level suppression between spirit beasts before, right? The ghostly thing didn't answer but asked a question instead. Lin Yi nodded. I've heard of it. It said that between spirit beasts, apart from their strength, there's an innate level suppression. One level suppresses the other, and there's never been such a thing as fighting an enemy with a higher level. That's right. Only between spirit beasts of the same level, strength will determine who's stronger and who's weaker. Otherwise, there's no need to fight at all. The low-level spirit beasts themselves will shrink back in fear. The ghost paused, then added, however, this rule is only limited to spirit beasts below the heavenly way. When the spirit beast strength grows to the heavenly way, which is above the foundation establishment stage, it will possess super high spiritual intelligence and be able to break through this level suppression. In other words, even if it's a naturally lower level spirit beast, as long as it's strong enough, it can still kill a higher level spirit beast that's weaker than it. Taking the few powerful spirit beasts that Lin Yi had encountered before, for example, the ghost-eyed golden eagle's strength was naturally higher than the nine-tailed cloud-piercing leopard's. In general, its strength would also be much stronger than the nine-tailed cloud-piercing leopard. However, it must be known that even a powerful spirit beast like the ghost-eyed golden eagle wouldn't be born with the powerful strength of the foundation establishment middle stage. When it was in its infancy, its strength might only be at the earth stage or even lower. At this time, if it encountered a nine-tailed cloud-piercing leopard that was below the heaven stage, even if its true combat strength was stronger than the other party could rely on its natural spiritual beast pressure to scare it away. However, if they were both adults that had broken through the heavenly way, assuming that the nine-tailed cloud-piercing leopard had the strength of the foundation establishment early stage and the ghost-eyed golden eagle had the strength of the foundation establishment early stage, the nine-tailed cloud-piercing leopard's spiritual beast pressure would be useless. The ghost-eyed golden eagle could rely on its powerful strength to kill it instead. But in this case, isn't the descendant of the spirit beast king even more useless? Since the level suppression is only effective for those below the heavenly way, those powerful spirit beast elders don't need to care about it at all. After listening to this explanation, Lin Yi was even more puzzled. No, the level suppression rule that this old man told you is applicable to all spirit beasts, but the spirit beast king is an exception. He is an existence that surpasses all rules. His bloodline is naturally the king among spirit beasts. The ghostly thing's calm tones suddenly had an additional trace of scorching heat and reverence. Surpasses all rules, a natural king. Lin Yi's heart trembled. His bloodline can naturally kill all spirit beasts. Even if it's a powerful spirit beast above the heavenly way stage, or even elders like us, in front of his bloodline, we can only bow our heads in submission. Therefore, as long as we can find his descendant and awaken his bloodline, even the weakest yellow-level spirit beast can suppress the entire spirit beast clan and not let anyone have any disloyal thoughts. The ghostly thing said excitedly. This is really exaggerated. Lin Yi couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Regardless of whether they were strong or weak, they could kill all spirit beasts. This kind of unreasonable level suppression was practically like cheating. Being able to suppress the entire spirit beast clan from birth, was there anything more exaggerated and shameless than this in this world? If that was the case, not only the spirit beast clan, but the entire spirit beast world was simply the back garden of the spirit beast king's family. As long as their bloodline was passed down, all spirit beasts from top to bottom could only work for them. There was absolutely no possibility of a counterattack. Chapter 3672. In this case, if we can find the descendants of the Spirit Beast King, we can really solve the problem of the Spirit Beast clan. Lin Yi thought for a while and then asked, Senior, did you go to the secular world because of this? Yes. The ghost nodded. Then how did you become like this? Lin Yi asked with a strange expression. With the ghost's strength, it should be considered powerful even in the entire Heaven Stage Island. In the secular world, it should be invincible. How did it fall into such a miserable state? Its body was gone, and only an incomplete spirit was left. The ghost smiled bitterly and said, Boy, you also know that there is a spirit chi boundary between Heaven Stage Island and the secular world. Not only is it not easy to come up from the secular world to Heaven Stage Island, but it is also very troublesome to go down from Heaven Stage Island to the secular world. Is that so? Lin Yi was stunned. He only knew that the spirit chi boundary restricted the entrance to Heaven Stage Island from the secular world, but he didn't expect that the return journey was the same. Wouldn't it be troublesome to go back to the secular world in the future? When you were teleported from the secular world to Heaven Stage Island, there must be a cultivator of the 5 elements and 7 inheritors to suppress the spirit chi boundary. Then, there must be a demon sect disciple to absorb the 5 evils devil chi released by the boundary to open a gap. It was the same for me to go down from Heaven Stage Island to the secular world, but I didn't have the help of an inheritor, so I could only rely on my own strength to break through. Even now, the ghost seemed to have a lingering fear when it talked about this matter. Lin Yi was speechless. So many people, including himself, had to go through so much trouble to barely break through the spirit chi boundary, but the ghost actually relied on the strength of one person to break through. How strong was it? In the end, I successfully descended into the secular world, but the price I paid was serious injuries. The spiritual energy in the secular world was too poor, and there was no way to heal and recover. After wandering for a few years, I still couldn't find the king's bloodline. In the end, I was seriously injured and died. The ghost sighed. Lin Yi wanted to express his condolences, but when he saw the black mist in front of him, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and choked for a while. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, since I'm already seriously injured and on the verge of death, what is this thing in front of me? When the ghost noticed Lin Yi's strange expression, it explained, if it was any other spiritual beast, it would have been annihilated long ago. However, my innate ability is rather special, I can preserve my primordial spirit after death. I see. Lin Yi suddenly understood. Although the ghost didn't say what his talent was, he couldn't help but think of Zhongping Liang. He had been possessed by August Patriarch Wild Dragon's nascent divinity. Lin Yi reckoned that the ghost's innate ability should not be too far off from the everyday sect's secret technique of preserving one's primordial spirit. The ghost then fell silent. As for what happened after it became a nascent spirit, it didn't continue to say. But Lin Yi could guess that it must have wandered around miserably until it met him. Before this, the ghost gave Lin Yi a feeling that, besides being mysterious, there was also an indescribable stubbornness. But after listening to these words, he suddenly felt that the experience of this senior ghost was simply a bitter tear. Who knew the bitterness? Then, are you going to the South Island next? Lin Yi asked cautiously. It depends on the situation. With my current appearance, what can I do if I go back to the South Island? If I don't have the strength. It's better to not see it and not worry about it. The ghost laughed at itself, paused for a moment, and then said, when your strength reaches a certain level, I may ask you for a favor. But now, you'd better focus on your cultivation first. If you dare to go to the South Island with your little strength, you won't even be able to fill the gap between people's teeth. Lin Yi was speechless and laughed. Although what the ghost said was the truth, this kind of words was a bit too shocking. But anyway, now that he had figured out the ghost's origin, Lin Yi's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. With such a spiritual beast senior as a backer, even if he didn't have powerful strength now, he was still a huge treasure. After a quiet night, when Lin Yi recovered to his peak state and came out of the space of the jade pendant, it was already the next day. Since the heart-devouring exquisite grass was in his hand, the main purpose of this trip had been achieved. For Lin Yi, the next step was quite a bit without any desire. Of course, the so-called without desire didn't mean doing nothing. It was rare for him to participate in the newcomer's trial test. If he didn't get the first place in the trial test, Lin Yi would feel sorry for Thunder Pig, the treasure-hunting cheating tool. After all, the reward of a foundation establishment pill and 10 pieces of spiritual jades was quite tempting even for Lin Yi. The value of the foundation establishment pill was needless to say. Even if Lin Yi didn't need it, it was a good thing for Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. As their leader, Lin Yi had to at least fight for some benefits for them in order to make them loyal to him. As for the 10 pieces of spiritual jades, Lin Yi was in urgent need of spiritual jades. Moreover, these 10 pieces of spiritual jades were in his hands so openly. Meng Juiguang and the other unscrupulous guys would definitely think of ways to exchange for them with waste jades. In that case, for Lin Yi, the value would not just be 10 pieces of spiritual jades, but at least 30 pieces of spiritual jades. This was not a small number. Releasing Thunder Pig, Lu Ming searched for spiritual herbs nearby to quickly increase his points. Following the map, he identified the direction and headed towards the Three Creeks mouth that Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai had agreed on before the trial began. Because of the landmark terrain on the map, Lin Yi could easily confirm his position after determining the direction. Although according to the agreement, he only needed to arrive at the Three Creeks mouth at noon the day before the trial ended, so he still had an extra day. Lin Yi's current position was too far away from the Three Creeks mouth. Adding on the fact that he had to spend some energy gathering spiritual herbs along the way, and adding on the fact that it was inconvenient to move at night, it was already not too early to set off. After a whole day of trekking, with the help of Thunder Pig, the treasure-hunting cheating tool, Lin Yi's points on the basket had already risen to a high of 1,808 points. This number of points was comparable to the best score in all the previous newcomers' trials. Chapter 3673. After all, as an alchemist, even if he wasn't a mainstream alchemist, he still had to prepare his own medicinal herb storehouse. Otherwise, he would have to make a trip to the market to buy all the medicinal herbs he needed to refine a pill in the future. Many of them might even be like the heart-devouring exquisite grass that he couldn't buy even if he wanted to. That was simply a scam. With such a medicinal herb storehouse, although it was inevitable that he would need to collect some specific medicinal herbs, it would save him some unnecessary trouble. At least he wouldn't need to run around for some basic medicinal herbs and waste too much energy. At noon the next day, Lin Yi appeared at the Three Creek mouth as promised. He originally thought that Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai would arrive soon. Even if it was difficult to locate them in the dense forest of the back mountain, the Three Creek mouth that he chose was still very recognizable. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai were Heaven Stage Great Perfection experts, so they wouldn't be so weak. However, Lin Yi wandered around the Three Creek mouth and waited for a full hour, but he didn't see the two of them. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, did the two of them encounter some trouble? If the two of them came at different times, it would be understandable. After all, in the outskirts of the back mountain, unexpected things might happen during the journey. It was normal to not be able to reach the destination according to the plan. However, the two of them were nowhere to be seen, so there was a problem. Could it be that Meng Tong and his gang made a move on them in advance? Lin Yi's heart moved slightly. Although judging from the time, it was the last day for the newcomers to return to the back mountain hole. Snatching at this time would be the best choice to maximize the benefits, but on the other hand, any newcomer would definitely be extra careful at this time and wouldn't easily leave any flaws. And if he did the opposite, he would make a move a little earlier. Although he would gain less in this way, he could catch the target off guard. This was not necessarily a bad choice. According to the performance before the trial, Meng Tong and his gang were definitely looking for an opportunity to make a move. Lin Yi originally thought that the other party's main target would be him. After all, he had always been a thorn in the other party's side, but he didn't think that these people would first look for Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. If Meng Tong's conjecture was correct, then this fellow, Meng Tong, had indeed made some progress. If he dared to directly bring people to stop him, Lin Yi wouldn't mind showing him why flowers were so red. But if he skipped him and directly looked for Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, even Lin Yi wouldn't be able to come up with a suitable countermeasure. The most troublesome problem was that Lin Yi didn't know where Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai were. It had to be known that there was no such thing as a cell phone communication device on Heaven Stage Island. Even if there was, there wouldn't be a signal. And if he rashly went out to look for them, not to mention that the possibility of finding the two in this vast mountain forest was very slim, what if his guess was wrong? If it was Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, it was because they encountered some other trouble and were delayed. If Lin Yi left Three Creek Mouth at this time, he would really miss the opportunity to meet the two of them. The location of Three Creek Mouth was a place that was relatively easy to identify on the map provided by the back mountain hole. Since Lin Yi and his gang would set this place as the gathering point, then what about Meng Tong and his gang? They had the advantage in numbers, so if they wanted to gather, they would need such a highly recognizable location. Could it be that they wouldn't come here? And if his guess was really wrong, and Lin Yi rashly left this place to look for the two of them, by the time Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai came here with great difficulty, the situation would be even more dangerous. After thinking for a while, Lin Yi finally decided to wait at Three Creek Mouth for another half a day. This was also the wisest choice he could make at this moment. In the next half a day, if Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai arrived, then it would naturally be a happy ending. If Meng Tong and his gang arrived, then it wouldn't be a bad thing. With Lin Yi's strength, it would be more than enough to deal with a group of them. As for the last possibility, if Lin Yi didn't wait for anyone here, then although it wasn't good news, at least it would let Lin Yi confirm one thing. Xiao Ran and his gang were really in trouble, and he was basically sure that it was Meng Tong and his gang's doing. While waiting, Lin Yi let the Skybolt pigs search for elixirs near Three Creek Mouth. Half a day passed in a flash, and the sky was about to turn dark in the blink of an eye. However, from the beginning to the end, Lin Yi still didn't see anyone. With that, Lin Yi had a pretty good grasp of the situation. Xiao Ran and Xiao Luo were most likely ambushed by Meng Tong's group. Xiao Ran was originally a Heaven Realm full circle expert. After this period of cultivation, he should have touched the barrier of the heavenly Tao. As for Chao Hongkai, although she was originally at the peak of Heaven Realm late stage, she had now successfully advanced to Heaven Realm full circle. Among the group of newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion, the two of them weren't weak. In a one-on-one fight, they should have a good chance of winning. However, the problem was that two fists couldn't fight against four hands. The other newcomers weren't easy to deal with. Even if they couldn't beat the two of them in a one-on-one fight, they were still Heaven Realm full circle experts. Facing so many people, even if Xiao Ran and Chao Hongkai ran into each other, they definitely had no chance of winning. They could only escape. If it was someone else, even if they escaped, they would definitely escape in